Hello and welcome back to more Rogue Trader. Uh, we finally got through Janus last time. So I believe now we're just open to a whole bunch of other quests. So we'll take a look and see where we can go with that. Yes. Okay. It wants me to go there. Oh, I think I went back to Footfall briefly to like close out that business. Yep. We have closed out Footfall. Let's see. Yeah. She wants to go there. We need to go there. There. Yeah, so we just have our two main worlds and then some other stuff. Okay, so. And get out of here, I guess. Okay. So, to the Imperium seems like a terrible place to go. We've been to a lot of these places. It's kind of interesting that I can't get over here from any of the places that I would expect to. Lord Captain, I keep receiving reports about malfunctions among the various ship systems. This time we are dealing with inexplicable temperature fluctuations. Thermal control failures were observed not only in individual compartments, but even in the soldiers' protective equipment. Several crew members have suffered from burns and frostbite. The tech priests are performing rites of machine spirit pacification and remain convinced that the issues were caused by the spirit's obstinacy and defiance. Their reports claim the incidents remain well within the scope of expected performance parameters. Over the last few days, complaints about the malfunctioning thermal controls have dwindled, but the crew members have started whispering that our vessel is haunted. The tech priest's assurances that it is only the machine spirit's tempers are to blame are doing nothing to dissuade these ridiculous rumors. Really. Awesome. I would love to get to the Forgotten Twins ship. I'm trying real hard. Is my water going to be weird? Yeah, cool. Standing above the water. That's excellent. Yeah. Uh-huh. Not normal. Yeah, tech priests are pretty much just the future IT department, except they don't understand really how anything works. You just pray at it until it functions. Salwak, how could you have let this happen? An assassination attempt upon the rogue traitor in her own chambers, right under the noses of your enforcers. A fierce growl rumbles in Abelard's throat. An unforgivable error. I accept full responsibility and ask for due punishment. Okay, I want an explanation, not vain self-chastisement. Put the weapon away and report. Why do you think this is an assassination attempt? And it's just blood in the bath. Just, right? Understood, Lord Captain. Reporting. All adjacent decks have been isolated. We have begun our search for the culprit and have set up investigation headquarters on the officer's deck. The substance has been analyzed and confirmed to be blood containing traces of major mutations. While it poses no risk of infection to your ladyship, the very presence of such blood, or such genetic aberration on board, is a serious threat to the safety of the ship and must be addressed promptly. Once word of this gets out, many among the crew will surely see it as a brazen challenge to your status as rogue trader. Okay, what genetic aberration? The heresy of mutation. Mutants are vicious beasts who sow only ruin and death. They are devoid of all humanity, and the vile blood that runs through their veins feeds their unclean thoughts and urges. Numerous accounts speak of entire colonies falling prey to bloody uprisings staged by these creatures, all because their governors were too squeamish to order genetic purges. You don't say. I wonder why somebody we don't consider human and exterminate by thousands would think to revolt. What a crazy mystery. Alas, the Imperium's enemies are not limited to those outside its borders. Mutants can become a considerable threat, especially when given the chance to organize. I thought I cleaned the mutants out of my ship already, but maybe not. The heretics have revealed themselves and are eager to fight. Then fight we shall. Let the vessel be purged of their filth. Okay. What do you intend to do next? Lord Captain, this incident has cast a shadow on our honor. We only ask for one thing, a chance to absolve ourselves of our guilt. Allow me to head the officer's deck at once so that I may lead the investigation personally. Lord Captain, on a previous occasion it was your intervention that resolved a matter that my own rigidity had only succeeded in making worse. With all due respect to Mr. Sauerbach, perhaps she would benefit from your fresh perspective. You are correct, because if I leave it to everyone else to resolve, the problem seems to just get worse. So yes, I'll be resolving it myself. Yep, Haley, that is what the Mechanicus is. Oh, and also ultra-resistant to change. How dare you introduce any form of new technology or improvements? Improvements are heresy. Not allowed. How's it going, Kelly Mallory? We're just, I don't know, trying to get somewhere, and my ship, someone decided to flood me with, mutated blood. For unknown reasons. Seneschal, do you think so little of me that you would rob me of a chance to defend my honor? I will handle the investigation myself. If they wish to challenge me, then I shall take matters into my own hands. You see a look of horror in Sauerbach's eyes. Lord Captain, I implore you. This was my mistake. If you rectify it for me, I will be disgraced. Could it ever be a disgrace to face a challenge shoulder to shoulder with your lady? I had not considered it like that. Your resolve is commendable. Thank you. I will await your arrival at the headquarters on the officer's deck to brief you on our current progress. Fantastic. Also, because I know she's a little bit too keen on the shock prod. Seen that before. Not my pet. Friend. Weird, I know. Anyway. Let's go see to this business, I suppose. That was the officer's deck, yeah. Yeah, we'll stick with this crew for now. They seem very good at beating things up. Now, Abelard has gotten used to me doing things my own way as I continue to get involved. But really, everyone else's way of handling things seems to just make problems worse. So, you know. Her Ladyship the Rogue Trader wishes to handle the investigation personally. Lord Captain, the 3 officers before you have been tasked with conducting the investigation. The first, Captain Klein, is a veteran with a record of quelled uprisings of mutant abominations in the colonies. Captain Ginevri is young, but she has already preempted several mutinies among the ship's rabble. Lastly, there is Captain Hratko. His interrogation skills deserve credit, and he knows how to instill fear and respect firmly in the minds of the riffraff. Okay. You notice the enforcers exchange a few astounding glances and throw their shoulders back. Apparently, they're not used to standing so close to figures as renowned as you. Yes. What are your findings thus far? We have discovered a worker's corpse, mutilated and desiccated. We are still looking into the man's identity and position, but the chirurgeon's report has confirmed that, among all the blood that was pumped into your bath chamber, the blood-carrying mutations was indeed his. Okay. That was a lot of blood, and it can't all be his. The workers from the nearby decks have been checked for genetic aberration, but the mutations identified are all within the norm for the laboring masses. They're being rounded up for interrogation as we speak. Okay. Juliet frowns as she surveys the deck. So much noise and empty violence. I am surprised you are able to find anything in this pandemonium of your own making. Even taking into account the neighboring decks only, that constitutes hundreds of people. How do you plan to question them all? Our interrogation techniques are broad and varied. However, nothing loosens the tongue like corporal punishment. Beatings, mutilations, torture, public executions. Sauerbach almost purrs as she lists ways of making people suffer. Yeah, no wonder the people on my ship keep trying to kill me. Anyway. When combined with psychological pressure, such methods work wonders. Please stop. Please, for the love of God, stop beating people up. That's not going to get you valid information that has been proved endless times. Like, they'll say anything to make stuff stop, make pain stop. It's not a good interrogation method. Yes, please stop. Lord Captain, these methods may be brutal, but their effectiveness has been proven over centuries of practice. No, it hasn't. It's been disproven over centuries of practice, but okay, we'll keep moving with it. No criminal will confess if you ask them politely, but if you shatter their finger and courteously remind them how many unshattered bones they still have left in their body, that is a different conversation altogether. That is how the truth is born. I have faith that my master-at-arms is capable of finding other methods of seeking out the truth. Sauerbach's glove creaks as she grips her maul. Her gaze remains cold and calm. As you command, Lord Captain. Yes, by all means, please, if you want to rebel against me, that's fine. I can deal with that, but, anyway. Do you have any working theories? Enforcer Klein. The mutants are plotting. Klein spits in disgust. They've been breeding like void rats, so they're getting cocky. Must have wanted to infect your ladyship with the plague. That's not how that works. Pretty sure. But okay. It wasn't an attempt on the Lord Captain's life. It was a threat. The rabble are planning a revolt, so they're trying to terrorize us. Soon you will drown in blood. Insurgents pride themselves on such metaphors. And meanwhile, Captain Hratko is convinced that it was the work of Wojtkvir's surviving cultists. However, I believe this to be a warning rather than a threat. What we need to establish is who is trying to warn us, and of what. Well, so far, I'm believing the most likely thing is what Captain Hratko believes, but, we'll keep moving forward. Interesting hypotheses, but I doubt it is that simple. Mr. Sauerbach, grant me access to the investigative files. I have my own thoughts on what is going on here. I bet you do. Of course, Master Interrogator. We're not saying you're doing a bad job, but, anyway. I can't help but notice all the looks of awe. Is my presence going to distract you from your duties? On the contrary, your ladyship, your presence inspires us. Oh, you do talk. Your ladyship, I hope you do not take this as insolence, but I am a great admirer of yours. I've read the fictionalized accounts of your deeds many times. Oh, well, that could be a problem. Never meet your fictional heroes. Anyway. According to my data repository, the term fictionalized is typically applied to texts whose knowledge dissemination potential is negative. Ah, Shireen. Perhaps I'll travel with you and they'll write about me as well. I want a novel about the adventures of the fearless Jai Hidari, who skillfully bestows a bullet's kiss on any Ashmag who stands in her way. Jai toys with a lock of hair, wistful expression on her face. Oh, they write stories about me, do they? Of course. I have it right here. She offers you a worn tome with a somewhat embellished portrait of you on the cover. I feel like I would allow, let the mythos. I'm a little wary of leaving my signature on random things, though, so I'm flattered. Now let us get back to business. Yes, Lord Captain, if you have any questions, I am ready to answer them. What do you propose we investigate first? The body. Once we have ascertained the dead man's identity, we'll be able to locate his associates and narrow down the number of suspects. Captain Klein is in charge of examining the corpse. The body was discovered on a suspended platform not far from the room with the artillery sphere. Take a left once you're out of the mess hall, your ladyship, and go along the balcony. The corpse is on the next platform after the one holding the Infernus Guild suspects. I'll show you around the scene once you're there. The Infernus Guild suspects? Yes, your ladyship. They're undergoing interrogation like all the rest. Scum refused to comply, so they are isolated on a separate platform. The Inferni are a rotten bunch. They must be involved in this. No, they're probably not. The anguished one. We are, yes. We are trying to suss out what's happening in our ship right now. My people are at your disposal, Lord Captain. Indeed. What if I didn't want them at my disposal, though? Huh. Mounds of protocols includes the arch transcriptors like paper bastions. You blink and already another thick folder is added to the fortifications. So much paperwork in this empire. How many trees are we killing? Treatises, codes, and statutes and practice of sailing a void ship. Okay. I feel like maybe I've been in here, but not since it was being attacked.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Okay, that's what I thought, is there was probably loot. I need my loot. Take what my officers have stashed and sell it for reputation. Alright, where... can we, like, not just... You know, more of the problems in the ship would probably be solved if we didn't just make rampant assumptions. And just put the screws to literally everyone in the ship. Like, that seems to be the plan here. I don't think it's a good one.
Black, cerulean, grey. It has all become an ugly whirlwind of muck. Rage and despair have poisoned the bay.
Shockingly. Imagine that when people are just...
plan.
accused and beat up for no reason whatsoever. Alright. Acting suspiciously. Oh my god. And yeah, you guys are trying extra hard, but there's no reason. Strikingly redundant, they record everything from the direction of the questioned person's gaze to the length of pauses between their answers. I mean, I suppose useful information, but also, really? Alright, is the body... I think the body's probably down there.
Let us not dawdle.
I'm sort of curious what's going on. Or is that the body? Oh no, that's the body. Okay, well, let's have a little bit of a look around before we go touch a body. A lift to the Lord Captain's quarters is hidden behind the metal plating here. On the day of Voigtvir's mutiny, you saw Lady Theodora leave the officer's deck this way. Yes, I did, actually. What? Hey! You're Liette? Why are we sitting? And more importantly, why are we sitting on nothing?
Keep your wits about you.
Well, you have a name. Hi, Tech Priest. You are obstructing the investigation, esteemed Tech Priest. I require the information stored by this machine spirit. If you refuse to cooperate... Petition rejected. A malady has befallen the machine spirit of the honored Master Cogitator Iota 3B. Unauthorized anguish will worsen its condition and impede treatment. I will not stand for such acts of brutality against the Great Elder. I'll show you brutality, you blasted What is going on here? The greatly esteemed tech priest, Androveta Phi, does not seem to realize the importance of the investigative action and refuses to grant anyone access to the Master Cogitator. Exalted ruler of the vessel, I mean not to harm, but to protect. I merely care for the machine spirit's health. It has fallen ill of late, and now its temper is worse than ever. If the laywoman starts torturing it now, the venerable spirit may take offense and leave us forever, taking the logs of the lay people's toils with it. This must be prevented. This statement is true. The incident catalogue on this vessel contains no less than 12 instances of grievous loss of data due to disrespect shown to the machine spirit by unauthorized units. Okay. Ginevri, why do you seek access to the malfunctioning cogitator? The work logs are on it. They might contain important information that will lead to a suspect. Androveta Phi's vox explodes in a furious binaric roar. This laywoman does not even know what she intended to inquire of the Blessed Elder. Blasphemous disrespect. I have faith that the two of you can come to an agreement. The menacing crack of Ginevri's knuckles and the venomous hiss of Androveta Phi's vox suggest that the faith is misplaced. Well, I have no other options. I must see to other matters. For me, a mannerly vote before resuming their argument. Can I look at it? Okay.
Is there money to be made?
So there's a couple of different things going on. Take my cargo. More technomats, huh? Servitors. Engineers and more technomats. And nothing I can look at up here. It would appear.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Go there, please. Remove my camera. Okay, so I guess we should look at the body. Okay. The desiccated body is horribly mutilated. What was once a face is now a shapeless mass of flesh and bone shards. So someone did it on purpose, obviously. The worker's ruined body lies in a waxen pile on the platform. His face is crushed, his throat open, and his body riddled with cuts and lacerations. Above it stands Captain Klein, the dim light filling the lines on his forehead with shadows that bleed down his furrowed brows and into the pits of his eyes. The scalpel in his hand trembles faintly. It might look human, but what's inside is all wrong. Unholy, irredeemable, wrong. Have you started the autopsy yet? I have, but... The furrows on the enforcer's face deepen. I will get back to it in just a moment, your ladyship. Is something the matter? You look pale. I suppressed a dozen mutant revolts on Dargonis for Lady Theodora. I've torn the freaks to pieces myself. But to open one up, to sink my hands into their impure guts infested with the mutant blight. I have seen this aberration utterly pervert the human form, the thought of it touching me. Disgusting, infuriating. But I will overcome this. Sure I have someone that would be willing to help with that. In other words, the captain has a phobia. Such irrational fears are common among veterans who have faced the enemies of humanity. This is a most unfortunate set of circumstances that won't help us here. Yes, can someone in my retinue please help with this? But Yurliet... You know, you keep doing you, I guess. Coal-black fear colors his soul. I doubt it can be cast off by mere force of will. Yeah, alright. Hand me that scalpel. I will perform the autopsy. You record the findings. Goodness, this will hardly be the first person I've chopped up. I'm sure I've done it as a crime lord. The skin and bones part, and the stench of rancid meat hits your nostrils. Klein empties his stomach over the deck railing. Oh, great. Please don't. Fighting the urge to vomit yourself, you peer at the vile mass of subhuman entrails. Vestigial ingrown arms wrap around what looks like the vile semblances of familiar organs interlaced with scaly bile-colored sacs. So, are you Gene Stealer mutated or just mutated? Ah, yes, indeed you are. Your knowledge of Xenos is enough to infer that the murdered man may have been subject to Xeno influence. True human form has not simply been distorted, but mixed with something strange, something profane. It is as if you are dissecting a seed that should have evolved into something more complex, an alien. Vestigial limbs, chitinous formations. These are far beyond mutations that one would consider common or acceptable. We must locate the killer and find out what they managed to learn about this creature. Are you warning me that I got gene stealers on my ship? I kind of thought maybe that was the case already, so... Jai, you are so fortunate, they said. Your life in the rogue trader's retinue will be all about feasts and ballrooms, they said. Jai looks away from the corpse squeamishly. I think I will keep this little tale of mutant disembowelment to myself. Let my friends go on envying my life of luxury. Alright. Investigate the entrails. The twisted abnormalities of the mutant's insides make you wonder if he can even be considered human at all. As you probe deeper, your hand finds something lodged in the victim's gullet. Someone has stuffed a black feather into the man's throat. A certain legend springs to your mind, one involving Saint Quirine, who was granted a portent of enemies hiding among the faithful. When Quirine prayed to the Emperor for a sign that might reveal the traitors, a raven's feather burst out of her mouth to inscribe the names of the conspirators. Only someone versed in symbology of the Imperium could have left such a message. Alright. Let's look at the wounds. Your practiced eye instantly notices that the corpse was mutilated posthumously. You have resorted to such ruses yourself on a number of occasions when you needed to trick some servants of the law. Yeah, crime lord. Judging by the damage, the most brutal wounds were administered posthumously, over the top of those inflicted while the victim was alive. It is as if someone deliberately wanted to make it harder to identify the victim and his cause of death. The truth is, the killer acted quickly and with surgical precision, then suspended the body upside down to drain its blood. Yep. Well, that's how you got the full load out, right? Take heed. All these mutilations are a facade. They were inflicted post-mortem. Clearly a while after. He died instantly from a stab to the heart. He was killed by a professional, someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Identifying marks. With some difficulty, you are able to discern a mark on his neck, almost ruined by the wound across his throat. It is a tattoo of a skull, with a valve in its mouth and a string of letters and numbers encircling it. SP-42601. I have finished the autopsy. Toss the scalpel over the edge and it, hits the same person who got covered in vomit. The enforcer offers you a rag soaked and disinfected. That was foul. Your ladyship, I must commend your fearlessness and insight, and apologize for my weakness of spirit. My shameful fear prevented me from doing my duty. It will not happen again. That will do, Captain. We all have our foibles. You have been a model of fearlessness and competence. I will aspire to follow your example. All right. Someone tried to conceal the victim's identity and cause of death. You have a keen eye, your ladyship. But why would someone do that? Then leave the body in plain sight. They could have just disposed of it. There has to be something more to this whole bloody business. Bloody business. You turn your attention to the floor around the corpse. There's no splatter, no gobs of flesh, no bloody footprints fortuitously trailing into the dark. And yet, you know there is no way to butcher a corpse like that without getting dirty at all. Someone stuffed a feather down his gullet, a reference to the legend of Saint Quirine. Well spotted, your ladyship. No doubt you have already reached the same conclusion, but I'll state it for the official record. Vile mutants do not make allusions to saints. This was someone versed in the creed. He has a tattoo on his neck, a skull with a valve and a few symbols, SP-24601. That's the symbol of a pipe warden clan that maintains the sewer systems. The SP stands for Senior Pipe Warden, followed by his identification number. Ginevra is working on the log cogitator. She can use it to learn the victim's name from his number. The cogitator is in the nearest maintenance room. Excellent. Well, at least there's no blood to clean up.
Rise to
Watch
the
your
top,
steps.
or get left in the dust.
You notice a few drops of blood that have somehow managed to avoid being trodden on. The blood does not appear all that fresh, but it has not fully dried yet either. Hello. Well, there's loot and the other enforcer.
I always have a backup plan.
I'm sort of expecting that we'll need to talk to them all a little bit at a time. So I might as well go talk.
Pay attention.
Get this one resolved. Oh, hello.
None are better at searching.
A scrap of human skin with jagged edges is stuck to the deck. Gross. I'm cleaning my deck. You notice a few drops of blood. Okay, so it's the same drops
I
of
always
blood.
keep my options open.
So I'm supposed to go this way anyway. They don't happen to go into the super secret elevator, do they? Okay. Let's see if we can resolve this now. We need to investigate this cogitator in order to obtain information about a certain pipe warden. Ruler of this vessel, why do you insist on interrogating an elderly soul when it is in such a miserable state? You are making a mockery of the Omnissiah's tenets and privileges of the priesthood of Mars. You have my word that I will treat the machine spirit with due respect. You may observe the interrogation. Androveta Phi lets out a screeching sigh. Access privileges granted. I reserve the prerogative to interrupt the interrogation the moment I detect the slightest threat to the machine spirit. As you approach, the lumens on the Master Cogitator's bulky hull light up peevishly, and the cooling filters breathe an exasperated sigh. The machine spirit appears to be in a rotten mood. In the name of upholding the blessed axiomatics, I am initiating the accompanying tech service. Pascal's mechadendrites writhe like snakes in a sacred dance. One of them reverentially docks with the Cogitator's dataport. O calculating machine spirit, blessed in omniscience, luminous in the darkness of ignorance, may the regalia be revealed, may the prayers of access be said, may these restrictive circuits be removed. The Cogitator lets out a serene sigh of dust from its ventilation grate. Courteously introduce yourself by importing your data to show respect for the machine spirit. After an unnecessarily long verification progress, the Cogitator recognizes the possibility that you may indeed be the ship's Lord Captain. A string of Technolingua on the vidscreen tells you that you may now input your request. Humbly ask for data on the toils of the ship's workers. Beside itself with anger, the Cogitator sprays you with sparks. As its vidscreen dims and flickers, you hear a spiteful whir, and you find yourself staring at an incomprehensible mess of symbols. Apparently, the spirit refuses to comply on account of some blocker A403. Oh, the spirit is truly unwell. Why else would blocker A403 prevent it from sharing such data, especially after a log ritual of greeting? Observing a critical distortion of the sacred code. Initiating the sacrament of hibernation, an anointing of the holy machine's data cards. Sure. Please, the tech use, treat the Cogitator's boards with thermal unction, let it slumber for a while, then awaken it once more. O Deus Mechanicus, bestow an impulse of miraculous transformation upon the noospheric spirit of this machine. May it rise again from its sacred data dream. The unction, as well as a short breather, have done wonders for the old spirit's disposition. Mollified, it wipes the data blocker from the vidscreen and agrees to indulge your inquiries. What is your ailment? Yes! You manage to find the right string of tech commands. With a grunt, the Cogitator starts whining on about its woes. Just as today's watch began, someone disturbed its data dream, used some trickery to rob it of its data, then befuddled its elderly mind and instructed it to deny access to anyone else. Registering a Category 3 act of sacrilege resulting in a Category Epsilon Quadro transgressive scenario. Requesting the inclusion of the offender in the registry of wanted entities for the purpose of expiative disposal. Perfect. So they did this on purpose, which I kind of suspected. Anyway, SP24601? After mulling over your question for a while, the spirit recalls that the number is assigned to a senior pipe warden by the name of Orto. This Orto and his partner spent the last watch servicing Valve 27B, which supplies water to the rogue trader's chambers. After finishing up the maintenance, only Orto's partner reported in. Oh. Suspicious. That's the same valve that was used to pump the blood into the bath chamber. That must be where they killed Orto before dragging his corpse onto the deck. Request information about the pipe warden's partner. At first, the Cogitator feigns ignorance out of spite, pretending not to recognize your request. But, after 4 more attempts, the spirit takes pity on you. Orto's partner was Senior Pipe Warden Gwydden, number SP26855. Gwydden has not reported for duty since the incident. We have a suspect. It looks like Gwydden killed his fellow worker and put this entire bloody spectacle. Rotko is the one responsible for arresting the rabble, so he'll be the best candidate for shedding some light on this Gwydden character. The honored machine spirit is tired. It cannot bear any more of this torture. I see that you got what you came for, so I would ask that you let the elderly have their rest. Activating the deep hibernation protocol. Pascal's mechadendrite disconnects from the Master Cogitator's dataport in a respectful motion. The trill of binaric prayers lulls the elderly spirit's fading lumens. May the Omnissiah bless this machine with healing slumber, that the sacred unity of its anode and cathode may be purified and shine once more. Excellent. Out of curiosity, there's more blood this way, yeah?
Acquisition is possible.
You notice a few drops of blood that have somehow managed to avoid being trodden on, so there's more blood this way. Hello.
Keep your wits about you.
Now, if there was blood to be seen... possibly more this direction? Although, does not appear to be the case.
Oh,
Someone-
too hard for a simple monkey.
Someone has shoved a tattered and bloody synth coat into the vent. Such garments are included in every enforcer's uniform. Huh. So someone is not an enforcer, huh? Someone is not an enforcer. Who should be? That is a dead enforcer. Uh-huh. Okay. Let's go talk to the rabble.
Is there money to be made?
I'm also gonna save, because I don't want to have to redo the stuff with the cogitator again. Let's see. Certainly a lot of questions. Someone is pretending to be probably one of the enforcers. Just a question of who. Who and why? Oh good, I can just walk through the other people.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Yeah, gotta find where Theodora squirreled away all the loot. Where were we going through the door? Okay. What do we have going on? Hrotko looks on sourly as angry. Bewildered enforcers attempt to interrogate serfs without resorting to violence. When he sees you, he nods nonchalantly as before. Your ladyship. How fares the interrogation? Satisfactory. We are maintaining fear and respect among the rabble as we go through our suspects. We'll find the culprit soon, I swear it on my rank. If there is a senior pipe warden by the name of Gwedin among the suspects, escort him to me. I will question him. Hrotko frowns as he taps on his data slate. Gwedin. Yes, we have him here. He's waiting his turn. We'll bring him over at once. I have been informed of your decision to question one of the suspects, Lord Captain. I consider it my duty to be present for the interrogation, so I may ensure your safety. Okay. That's fine. What just happened? Why did I lose my thing? Okay. Before you stands a gaunt man in work clothes. His face is swollen from the bruises, and several of his fingers are broken and sticking out at odd angles. He stares vacantly into the distance with watery eyes. Yeah, safety. Not sure I buy that. I'm also not entirely sure that Jocasta hasn't been replaced by a gene stealer. We'll see. One of these people has been. Or at least someone here... there's a dead enforcer. I know there's a dead enforcer. I thought you said he was still waiting his turn. Why does he look beaten half to death? Those are merely preliminary measures before the interrogation begins in earnest, your ladyship. A suspect becomes more inclined to speak if you give them the baton first. Standard procedure. Start talking, you miserable wretch. You tried to kill the Lord Captain, didn't you? Hrotko grabs the worker by the lapels. Gwedin's coat flies open, revealing crude occult symbols painted all over his body. What's this? Heretical brands? Cultist scum. Gwydon yells, baring what remains of his teeth.
Yes, it was me. I tried to put a curse on the Lord Captain. I killed my partner in a wicked ritual, rubbed elbows with them demons, consorted with them, all to carry out a darker plot and doom the Lord Captain for the glory of my almighty master.
He bursts into a fit of hysterical theatrical cackling. We have ourselves a model cultist here. There was a ritual, a curse, and a plot. He even consorted with them demons. How kind of him to confess to all of that immediately.
His words. He is trying to paint them over with fake garish hues, but his abject terror carries with it too much black and grey. What does he hope to accomplish with this?
He has admitted to everything, the vermin. I have insisted time and again that the assassination attempt was carried out by one of Voigtveil's surviving henchmen, and I was right. Guess we weren't as thorough in clearing them out as we thought.
Horatio casts a sharp look at Sauerback. Okay. How did you kill your partner?
Well, I grabbed myself a rusty saw and started hacking at him. Then I pulled out a dagger made from a virgin's bones and stabbed him. Oh, right, I also cursed him first. It was only right.
Huh. None of the wounds on the victim's body could have been inflicted with a saw. There were no dagger wounds on him either.
Yep.
Who is this dark and almighty patron of yours?
Master Malachi the Dreadful. Him, yes.
You do not remember hearing of such a demon before. What you do remember from the reports is that the name of the foreman from 5th Food Depot, known as a miser and a sadist, is Malachi Drek. Well, you know. Let's see. What are those marks on you? What do they mean?
These are my cultist marks, so I can put curses on people and talk to demons. This one's called the Hame of Terror. It represents the 9 archdemons. I always pray to each one first thing in the morning.
Yeah, there's 8. The chaos thing has 8 points on it, not 9. You are unimpressed by this half-baked attempt at drawing the 8-pointed star of chaos. Heinrichs, do you by chance wish to ask some questions of your own? Tell me, Gwydon, why did you kill her ladyship's seneschal?
Well, because he saw me do it. A witness he was. So I cursed him first, then I killed him too.
Oh, that's the one with the armor in the back. Either our suspect is delusional or he's lying. I would assume it's the latter. Absolutely. Enough with these theatrics, Gwydon. You are no cultist. Why are you so intent on vilifying yourself?
Forgive me, your ladyship. I'm not Gwydon. I'm not a heretic. Yacht's my name. I'm a laundryman. Please, have mercy. They took my family. That enforcer said she'd throw him out an airlock if I don't confess. She made me draw these unholy marks on myself.
What enforcer? Give me name. Give me a name. The one whose armor we found and isn't really an enforcer?
Ginevra. Her name was Ginevra.
The veiled heretic raises his hands to his face, and you see many purple bruises. They are older than the others by several hours. He was evidently beaten long and hard, and he would have been screaming the whole time. Someone must have witnessed it. Well, Ginevra, then, I would guess, is the replaced one. I'm kind of glad I didn't sign the book.
Ginevra?
The steely edge in Sauerback's voice causes everyone present to freeze, but you also hear a note of bewilderment. We will deal with her later. I will handle the search for Gwydon myself. Lord Captain, would you have us execute this demon worshipper? Execute? Truly, no word sounds sweeter to this Monkey's ears. Spare the man, wash off those heretical symbols, and let him rejoin his family. Like, he clearly knows nothing. Man, it will be done. Like, jeez. Can't even draw him right. He's not a heretic, man. Lord Captain, the evidence you have collected is sufficient to apprehend the culprit. I will report to you in the mess hall, and we shall bring this investigation to a close.
Will we?
will we? Ew, she's not on the map anymore.
Okay.
I suppose we should get this underway. Yes, the poor guy was just unfortunately really dumb. But really, really bullied, I guess. Also. None of that was good. Okay. Let's sort this business out.
Let us not dawdle.
That must be my way out of here. You made the beep 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 beeps like we found something. What did we see? What did we see? No, I think that's just ambient beep 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 beeps. Okay. Where's Jocasta? Supposedly like in the middle, right over here? Am I just blind? Ah, there she is. She's sitting down. Okay. Lord Captain, the real pipe warden Gwydon has been found and is being escorted here as we speak. Are there any remaining questions you wish to address before we hear from Gwydon himself? Someone attempted to mislead our investigation. We cannot let this go without consequences. Undoubtedly. Let us go over the facts we have on this sabotage and compile them. The body of the deceased was mutilated after death. It is likely that the nature of the injuries would have proven very useful in the investigation, and that the perpetrator concealed them for that very reason. Someone sabotaged the work log cogitator, so it would be harder for us to find the victim's partner, who might have information valuable to the investigation. Instead of the murdered man's partner, we were given a fool, one who thoroughly incriminated himself first before admitting that Captain Ginevri had put him up to it. Okay. Who was guarding the body? It was Ginevri. Klein reluctantly nods at his fellow enforcer. I relieved her when I came to inspect the corpse, which by then had already been cut up. Ginevri nervously adjusts her armor under Sourback's piercing gaze.
The corpse was already looking like that when it came under my purview, but I couldn't get the name of the officer who discovered it. The deck was such a mess that I decided I would deal with it later.
A bloody synth coat was discovered not far from the corpse. I would ask the enforcers in this room to present their coats. A rustle of synthetic fabric fills the room. All of the enforcers show their coats, except Hratko. He shrugs complacently under the gaze of his comrades. I do not wear it. An enforcer must be able to withstand the cold, and the serfs treat synth coats as a sign of weakness.
Behind the armor of affected indifference, his thoughts ooze grimy hues, like blood mixed with umber. It looks vile.
He's the interrogator. Who had access to the work log cogitator? The tech priest did not let anyone near the cogitator. They even tried to prevent the enforcer's investigation. Ginevri, were they at the entire time?
Yes, ma'am. Since the start of the watch. I went there right after I handed the body over to Klein. The only time I stepped away was to retrieve the data slate from my quarters. I left a watchman, but he went missing. Most likely one of the officers did not realize he was on duty and sent him off on some errand, but I was only gone for a few minutes.
Very convenient. A missing sentry, a data slate misplaced against regulations. Hratko drums his finger on a holster on his belt, where his own data slate sits tightly nestled.
I don't understand how I could have forgotten it. I always check my gear when I go on duty.
I think she's being set up, personally. A suspect Yart claims that you coerced him into lying about himself, Ginevri. What do you have to say for yourself?
I may have conducted his preliminary interrogation, like so many others, Rotko requested my assistance because of my experience in dealing with the rabble, but I swear that there's no truth in these accusations against me.
The transcript says you conducted Yacht's interrogation alone. Why is that?
Because I can handle a single laundryman.
Ginevra raises her chin proudly. I actually don't think it's her. I kind of think it's Rotko. But... or someone else, I suppose. But it definitely feels like she's being set up. He also doesn't have his coat, which was covered in blood. Is that normal for him? Would all be an excellent question. But I think that's because that's a hidden clue that you don't have to find. I kind of think it's a key clue. Rotko, this is all you're doing, is it not? Sauerbeck draws her auto pistol and points it at Rotko, who appears entirely unperturbed. I will give you one chance to retain your last shred of honor and confess. You sabotaged the investigation. Why? Is it not obvious? Rotko smugly arches an eyebrow. To expose the conspiracy myself and to prove your incompetence to a ladyship. To take the place I actually deserve. For years I toiled for the good of the dynasty, but when the former Master-at-Arms was killed, I was refused my promotion. Instead, they give the position to you, a self-serving Sauerbuck nit. I guess a noble name means more than talent. When this crime occurred, I realized it was my chance to show what I was worth. While you were busy dallying, I quickly learned the name of the suspect, diverted the course of the investigation, an easy enough task, and began looking for the real Gwendon. Had I found him in time, your position would already be mine, Jocasta. Oh, man. Simply listen to yourself, and you will understand why they made me Master-at-Arms. Lord Captain, I request permission to dispose of this refuse personally. Interesting. Rotko, were you really hoping you could deceive the Master-at-Arms and me? Your dismissive tone makes Rotko flinch with indignation. I had every chance, but you were shrewder than I expected. My little trick with the body did work. You still didn't know who was behind it all, but I'd have already figured it out. I hid Gwendon from you by damaging the cogitator and delivering you a fake, an idiot willing to incriminate himself out of fear. I even prepared a contingency plan in case he cracks by making sure he would blame someone else. Yes, there were a couple of slip-ups, but you must admit, it was a solid attempt overall. Why were you trying to frame Ginevra? A backup plan. You always need someone to blame if you make a mistake. Rotko's voice sounds calm, even casual. I could have framed Klein, but the young upstart was already galloping through the ranks too fast and clearly aiming for my station. Besides, she and her thick-witted subordinates were always right where I wanted them to be. You do not seem to fear punishment. With all due respect to your ladyship, I'm an enforcer. I have looked death in the eye, and I will accept your judgment with dignity. There's no bravado in Rotko's words, just a dry statement of fact. Now, I have options. And I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like the last one. So that's probably what I'm going to do. Crime lord and all, after all. You are a liar and a blackguard, but I commend you for your intelligence. I have no need of such enforcers, but I could use another spy. You will sow confusion among my rivals for the good of the dynasty. Rotko's lips stretch into a thin smile. Thank you for your high praise. I am grateful to have this opportunity to prove my usefulness to you, albeit under unusual circumstances. Rotko remains unfailingly polite and completely ignores the seething sourback. Yep, that takes care of the traitor. Now let us proceed with interrogating the pipe warden. Indeed. Spies are good. Anyway, the pipe warden does his best to remain reverentially bowed, which paints a rather comical picture given his formidable height and complexion. He lowers his head, tugging at his beard. Senior Pipe Warden Gwedin, honored to serve, Lord Captain. I'm ready to confess everything. You are the real Pipe Warden Gwedin, are you not? I am, and proud of it, Lord Captain. A pipe warden's craft is hard work, but necessary. My number is SP26855. I don't know why I can't say that one. My work partner is the late Otto, number SP24601. I oversee the water supply systems on the upper decks. Sectors A3, K8, and R2. That includes valve 27B. There can be no mistake. I have verified his identity myself. It has also been confirmed by the other workers. Why'd you fill my bath with blood? I did it as the servant of death commanded. She said the Emperor gave the first spinner a sign, that your ladyship should be bathed in the blood of poor Otto, my partner, and I was scared, so I obeyed. Oh, yeah, you know, blood cult, knows the creed, follows the Imperium. Yeah, so they're sending me a warning of gene stealers on my ship in, like, the worst possible way possible? I mean, they literally could have just sent me a message. Cabela could have been like, hey, so there might be gene stealers on your ship. No, instead I get a bath full of blood. The first spinner? Are you talking about the vizier of the blood-spun web? Yes, that's him. He leads the death cults. Cultists, the lot who worship the Emperor by killing. His spinners hunt down heretics, but sometimes they take righteous lives too. The service is mysterious, fervent, and bloody. Did you kill your mutant partner? I didn't kill him, and I didn't know he was a mutant. Otto and I always got along, even if he wasn't much for talking. But then, a servant of death came from the darkness, ended him quickly but harshly. She bled him dry and put a black feather in his throat, showed me to pump the blood into the pipes, and then she left. I wanted to confess, but I was afraid she'd come for me too if I did. Summon the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. I wish to hear his explanation. As you will, Lord Captain. Your Ladyship, if I may ask, what happens to me now? I never meant to anger you. I thought I was doing as the Emperor willed it, but here we are. I'm a simple man. I know the pipes, and I know them a lot better than all the people in all this people business. My eyes aren't much what they used to be, but I can still smell the rust and metal, not so much in people's thoughts. You acted as a true servant of the Emperor would. I will have you provided with the best ocular implants for your work. I can't have blind people touching my pipes. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, your ladyship. I'll serve you faithfully, and never forget your mercy. Yeah, I mean, this is the same reason I educated my workers, is I need to have a quality workforce in my ship. The Vizier of the Bloodspin Web treads lightly and silently, as if his old gaunt body has no weight at all. He whispers weakly.
Dumin Araceli will to see me, and so I have come.
Nod slightly. I have summoned you to discuss the actions of your apprentices.
Let their deeds be weighed.
Investigation has established that the Bloodspun Web orchestrated an attack on her ladyship by means of pouring unholy blood into her bath. This affront...
Dumin Araceli knows the truth. So it was done, for so I did will. It was no affront, but a prophecy. For my hands to divine, unsullied martyrs offered their souls and bodies into his imperishable embrace. I gazed into the red rivers of their smoldering lives, and I did see a roiling unclean staining the bays, reaching for the anointed lady of the ark. In my apprentice's last sighs, I heard the undying one's whisper. He bid me,
bathe the Domin in the blood of he who must go, and they who have been righteous, for this will shield the Domin and strengthen her body against the roiling unclean. I obeyed.
What do you mean by the roiling unclean?
He did not reveal, but it is corruption itself. It offends him. It tastes as sweet as fetid waters in old pipes. Its promises are the deception of an enforcer's smile. Its face is elusive.
The man you killed. Who was he?
I know not. I only heard a name and knew he must go. Yes. We need no more knowledge than that.
Master at Arms, are you convinced that we have found the culprits? The situation is clear, your ladyship. The Emperor has sent us a portent. The protector of mankind guides the hands of his holy servants to guard us and warn us of hidden threats. Regardless of how regularly you kneel before an altar, I advise you to take this warning seriously. If I am correct in my suspicions about what is transpiring here, and I pray to the throne that I am not, then you can indeed consider this incident a sign that the Emperor is watching over you and this ship. Gene Stealers, whee! This Moncay has drawn the attention to the mutant in a way that could not be ignored. A shrewd tactic, if the threat is indeed as great as he believes. Okay, it's not a coincidence. Yeah, okay. Why so cryptic, Heinrichs? If you have theories about what is occurring here, share them. My theories are classified information of the Inquisition that I cannot divulge without good reason. If evidence comes to light that confirms my fears, I will disclose everything necessary. However, if my concern is baseless, I would not wish to share knowledge dangerous to you without cause. Gene Stealers. Probably why that's classified. Alright, it's fine, don't mess with the cult, it's fine.
Yes, I will tell her. We are seeds in your hands, giver of life. Whether you keep us or scatter us, we will remain grateful.
Be that as it may, we have hit a dead end. We hoped that exposing the culprits would lead us to the aberration's lair. Sarabak, the investigation must continue.
But no spinner or brave warrior from the Domin Circle can find the roots of the unclean, for it can appear as human and act as human. Only its thoughts betray its vile nature. Only its thoughts are never human.
Wise. Is it unclean thoughts we need to find? Very well, let Wise find them. He knows how, no matter how badly he wishes that the rest of us forgot about it.
Venin Zachary is a fearsome hunter. When he hunts, the flagship wails. When he thinks, my teeth creak, and I can feel pain as if I am young again. But his power is great indeed. He can hunt down our prey.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems not everyone here is eager to leave this matter to Master Wise. I would say the one least eager will be Master Wise himself. Last time his efforts caused some severe warp manifestations. The ritual truly is perilous. Okay. Yadira, can you perform the ritual? If I get you better implants?
I hear you, yes. The witch is weak. Death whispers of many names that it will claim if she is allowed. Names whose time to be erased is not now.
Okay. That's all, then. Master at Arms, your duty is done. I give you leave to wrap up the investigation on the officer's deck. My duty will be done when the threat is eliminated. I will brief the enforcers while you consult Choir Master Wise, Lord Captain.
Of course.
Of course. Yes. So Dira can't do it. It's got to be my choir master. And I'm probably going to have to deal with warp manifestations because why not? Okay. Making progress. I feel like these kind of things are part of what keeps makes it feel like I'm not making progress, because every time I travel somewhere I end up with a something I have to deal with on my ship, which is great for like building out the world, but also makes me feel like I still have so much more to go.
I always keep my options open.
Hi, choir master. Choir Master Wise turns towards you long before you reach him. A chill runs down your spine, as if someone were watching you from inside your own being. You summon your will and drive out the unpleasant sensation. The choir master smiles sadly. You shroud your mind well, your ladyship, and yet I can guess why you have come. With all due respect, I am asking you to reconsider. So you would rather not take part in the search for the mutineers? It is my wish to be useful to your ladyship, but what you have come for will put the ship in peril. A ritual of this kind can, and certainly will, go the worst way possible. Your predecessor came to me with the same orders once. Nothing good came of it. Please believe me, Lord Captain, when I say a mountain of corpses was the least of the problems we faced that time. So you say you have performed the ritual before for Theodora? Many years ago. It was a time when Lady Theodora had become anxious. Perhaps the Lord Inquisitor's interest in her affairs adversely affected her, shall we say, trust in her own subjects. She was expecting a betrayal, and eventually her paranoia brought her to me. I performed the ritual, but the choir ceased to exist. The Ajariani spent decades tempering their spirits before touching the veil. You lack the gift of time, yet you seek to harness powers that are only too pleased with your ignorance. What is the nature of this ritual? It takes the entire choir's power to invade such a prodigious number of minds at once. I weave their voices into a chord and steer it into the murky sea of other people's souls. Together we read tens of thousands of thoughts, emotions, and intents, looking for the thing we are after, the seed of corruption that you are interested in. Why are you so worried about the ritual? Lord Captain, do you know the proverb about staring too long into the abyss? What you are asking for is tantamount to plunging the entire choir into that abyss. A ritual like that will require incredible focus from each of its participants. It will take a single careless thought, a single glance in the wrong direction for the way back to be lost. Human minds fusing into one another, vitrified organs inside still living bodies, perverse fantasies manifesting in the flesh. Nothing will stop the horrors of the warp from spreading all over the ship in the blink of an eye. And even if I agreed, it would be impossible. I would need a second powerful telepath as a defender to shield my mind. The last time, my apprentice Adeline did that, but she is no longer with us. She was exceptionally talented, rivaling even myself. Now I know of one psyker in the entire expanse who is her equal, but he is bound in the service of House Winterscale's planetary governors and thus unavailable to us, which makes your dangerous enterprise an impossibility. I see. That is the harsh truth, your ladyship. It must not be done. We can find a psyker who will help you perform the ritual. And who is it? You mentioned knowing a powerful psyker employed by the Winterscales. Who is he? Master Herimon is a seasoned telepath, but his lord would never part for such an incredibly valuable specialist.
A sizable amount of money will be necessary to organize Master Harriman's escape. Perhaps you have some useful contacts at your disposal who could assist the unfortunate Harriman with his situation.
I will lose 3 profit factor. I do have a few acquaintances with considerable experience in abduction. They charge a modest fee for their services.
As you please, Master Harriman will be welcome the news of his forthcoming release. His present lord is quite unpleasant. I will report back once Master Harriman has been brought on board.
Yeah, I'd rather not lose my profit factor for this. That's great. Just like, yeah, I was a crime lord. I know people that abduct people. It's cool. They'll do me a favor.
Keep your wits about you.
Fine. Back to the bridge. Now can we maybe get underway again? Oh, man. And also get to a segment that's voiced again. My voice would really love that. Okay. All right. Yeah, I can't make any new routes. Oh, I could get... is it worth doing that? That is over to this direction, which I need to be able to get to the Forgotten Twins. But is it worth spending the points to make that route moderately safe? I don't know. But that is so far the only route I've found in that direction. And I really kind of want to get that way. There wasn't anywhere else from this one going left, so... that would be probably up here in these 4. Maybe there's a route to the left. I can make it unsafe, which wouldn't be too bad. Let's do that. Oh, well. That went well. Let's chart some new routes, get some more points. Still nothing to the Forgotten Twins, huh? It's mildly irritating. Loot a destroyed ship, which only had weapons. That's disappointing. Alright, what do you have? Ooh, you have Xenotech. Perfect. I need a Xenotech. Also need more Promethium, was it? Archaeotech mechanism fragment. Interesting. We're gonna hang on to that. Yeah, what was that about? Talk to me, journal. A remarkable find. We have this one. I need better technology to look at that. This looks like a lovely icy planet. Yes, 5 Promethean. Heck yeah. Yes, let's go take on a distress signal. Maybe we can find out more about what the random thing that I found was. Oh, level ups. Isn't that nice? Okay. That sounds fun. Let's do that one. Or was critical chain? No, hunting surge sounds fun. Okay. You know, some perception is probably not bad, although Yurliet has a lot of that. Boost my logic. Alright, Cassia. You can have persuasion. Defeat. Let's do that one. Boost everyone else's spot. Okay. That sounds kind of cool. Let's give it that. Let's see. Alright, working on my tank. That's good. Boost the taunts. tactician. We have that sounds great. You get extra stacks of tactical advantage. Definitely tops out. Lore. Let's boost my coercion. Just a little bit. All right. Okay, we're all leveled up. And now we can begin the investigation.
Wanna know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about being in my nice heated cabin with a glass of something warm and somebody warm pressed up against me.
Plan.
Those look like buddies. Two skeletons are lying in strange positions, as if one was either carrying or hugging the other and did not let go even in death. Their gear is badly damaged or decayed. There are three things worthy of note: fragments of some sort of devices that both skeletons carry on their belts, some shiny trinkets in the remains of the carried skeleton's bag, and an old portable cogitator in the other's bag. Yes. The cogitator has been exposed to the elements for decades or even centuries. It is a small miracle that you were able to extract a fragment of Vox recording, apparently the last communications. Scout 1. We're rich! Chaos take me, rich! Fly, for crying out loud, spit it out. What have you found? Rich, screw Footfall. The expanse can go to the orcs. We're out of here. Calixis, here we come. Yeah, because with our record, Calixis is definitely the place to go. Makes you think life's better there anyway. I want a house on some planet. A mansion. With a lion statue at the entrance, it'll have a servitor with one job. Dusting my lion statue. Fly, you idiot. You're still on a dangerous planet. Quit sending me your hollering. Get back here or just tell me what you found already. Fly? Fly, you coming? Coming for you, dumbass. If you're not responding just to mess with me, you're dead meat. I examine the broken device. The pieces of broken tech suggest that this was a rudimentary radar jammer, an item commonly utilized by pirates in the Coronos Expanse. Trinkets are clearly of Xenos origin. They are miscellaneous, time-worn items that have no particular value. One can assume that they are petty trophies looted from several corpses. Okay.
Is there money to be made?
Oh, hello. Jump.
The Inquisition taught me many things.
Oh, we jumped down. Okay. I didn't miss anything up there, did I? No. No, I did not.
It is sad that the beautiful and lush Janus has been overcome by such grievous calamities. The world is very beautiful.
What can you know of beauty? A monkey whose cursed eye kills all living things. The Lilithon is plagued by calamity because of corruption similar to the foulness that you carry within you.
It's quite rude. Quite rude. The skeleton is in decayed tech priest robes, is missing its right leg. Judging by what remains of the bones, the leg was hacked off. It seems the person was still alive when it happened, and they reached the spot by crawling rather than walking. The motion of the servo skull shows no sign of damage. It looks like it hovered next to its dead master until its battery ran down. Okay, so that's all the same thing. Okay.
Let us not dawdle.
What ancient remains do we have?
And done.
The bone structure indicates that these belong to an Eldari, not a human. Okay. Hi.
What do we have?
A lot of turrets, I think. Great. 1, 2. There's 6 turrets, huh? And not a lot of great cover. Except where there's Xeno straps. Put Cassia back here. These are not going to last for very long, I'm sure. Cover there, so we can try and take out a couple of them. I need to focus fire kind of like on one turret each time. There. That one goes first, that one goes first. So the 3 across the way go first. But also still before Heinrichs and Dry, huh? Oops, no, Pascal, I wanted you over here. Heinrichs, I want you. Not a lot of cover places, huh? is his exposure. He can go up and fight that one, I guess. Let's put her here. And Juliet, we've already positioned. Okay.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
A little bit of help.
Me? If
A
you
little bit of
insist,
help.
Lord Captain.
Okay. Got the move stratagem, we have kill zone.
If I may.
Did that. I wanted to see if it would disarm the traps. I just blew up my cover. That's not great. Okay.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Oh, it's okay. It's just not a great place to put this, is there? You my prey.
I'll see to it personally. On it.
Okay.
I'll make it happen.
Not bad. We've gotten a little bit there. No. Unfortunately, Cassia.
If our ancestors guide me.
Did we miss?
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. I understand your intent.
Okay. So you are one.
If it serves your cause. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
I want you to hit that turret next turn. Okay.
The Emperor is on our side. But of course,
Strength.
Lord Captain. For the throne's glory.
You get bulwark. going quickly, but...
Naturally. Focus. Focus.
Wow, 3 shots. That's pretty brutal. Okay. So yeah, we're really gonna try and keep this one from shooting.
It's as good as done. I'll make it happen.
My second spray.
I'll see to it, personally.
Kill it, please. Excellent. Alright, cool. 1 down.
High momentum.
Okay, okay. I think an extra turn would be better.
legends about me. Fortune favors the swift.
This tedium is beneath me.
I am not your secret. Ancestors guide me.
I understand your intent.
Okay.
Tell me, and it is done.
Let's kill that thing.
Am I getting paid for this?
I don't think I can give... Oh, I can give it another turn to her.
If I keep you moving, no more.
Alright. 2 down. 4 to go. Oh, I should have done my free attack. Oh well.
High momentum.
Alright, first things first. Search your Medicaid signal is most appreciated. Next thing. Everyone's weapons. targets are in range. Well, but we can move, I guess.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. Activating force mode sound. Abide in the host of blessed creations of the
Just want to make sure he's in his own. Eh, can't hit shit. Usually the case. Okay, Cassia. I need you to step into better cover. Then... Oh, sorry, that wasn't the thing I thought it was.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Are you designated as prey? I don't think so. Now you are. Now you are prey.
Who, if not me? I'll see to it personally. On it.
Okay, good. I hit it. I couldn't tell. Okay.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Also have some spare wounds, Pascal. There we are. Okay. Start with a free shot.
This tedium is beneath. No weakness is hidden from my sight. I am not your
Opening
secret
for it.
key. I understand your intent.
Those weaknesses.
If it serves your cause.
Precise attack. Shoot it.
Slips beyond the veil.
And allocate to the next one.
I am not your zealous pet monkey.
Okay.
Let's see to it.
Really get some deflection in there.
I won't object to it.
Strength.
But of course,
Hit it.
let's see to it.
It's not gonna move, but you know.
Throne take you.
Yeah. Okay.
It's as good as done.
Uh-oh. Yep, that's the game crashing again. Yay! So excited! Oh, I have to do this battle all over again. Yay! Man. At least I saved. At the start. Oh my god. I wish this game wasn't quite so unstable for me. I'm really not sure why. In the meantime, while it's starting up again, I'm just gonna get to look at my adorable little hound sleeping in the sun. It's so cute. Alright, any day. There we go. Okay. And now we repeat it all over again. All over again. At least it wasn't taking very long, but definitely knowing the... Alright, everyone's in position. Start the battle. Okay. Let's do all of this again.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
You can have all the voices.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Still blows up her stuff. That's okay.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Who if
I
not me?
pray.
It's as good as done. I'll see to it personally.
Okay, we're taking one of those first. Alright.
I understand your intent.
First tag.
I am not your Xenos pet,
Not
monkey.
gonna move.
If I must.
For the opening.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. I understand your intent. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Shoot, and then
If it
take that
serves
one
your
out.
cause.
Oh, I think I've been shooting at two different turrets right now. That could be a problem. Still think I should be in cover here, but you know.
Let's see to it.
Full art, bonus wounds. Beat it up.
Nothing stands against me.
Reading damage to all.
Okay. I guess we should be taking out this one.
I'll make it happen.
Which goes prey. And what the hell will designate you as prey?
Who if not me? It's as good as done.
And we reload.
Our
after
I'll see
this.
to it. Consider this a taste of what's to come.
Alright, 72's good. That seemed like somebody got shot. Alright. Jai.
Don't get too cocky.
That. They'll ignore cover. Let's shoot that one.
You're no fun.
Okay, that one's dealt with.
Am I getting paid for this?
Juliet. Let's take our free shot. Then. That'll be fun. Do that in a minute. Oh, I think I have to do that now.
Fall, creatures! Fortune favors the swift.
Okay, not quite how I intended that to go, but that should be fine. Alright, Pascal. Item number 1, turn on your healing skulls. I think I actually want you to go there. Used everyone's weapons. And I'm sure you can't.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Nope, too far away for machine spirit management. I don't think I have any. It'll just be done.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Alright, Cassia. Dear. Tell him to get back in the fight.
If I may.
I want you.
On it.
I'm doing this out of order this time, but.
I won't stand for it.
Is it because Cassia is in the freaking way now of where I need to step to shoot? Are you fucking with me, game? Okay, shoot that one.
You should have thought twice before crossing me.
Disappointing. Okay. This is not going as well. Cassia, how about you go... Or, you know, I guess not run through the fucking grenade with your pathing. That's fine, too.
No weakness is hidden from my sight.
I am not your senior.
Ancestors guide me.
The pathing in this sometimes
If it serves your cause.
annoys me. Annoys me greatly. kill one of the turrets. I don't really care.
If it serves your cause.
Let's do that one.
But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it.
Boost some of his stuff.
Naturally, the Inquisition sends their regards.
Suffering is part of the trial.
Okay.
I'll make it happen. It's as good as done.
Okay, reloading. Let's
I'll
take
see
them
to
out.
it personally. Never stood a chance.
Alright, down to 3 left, I guess. Okay. Not close enough to hit any of those. Huh.
Living on the edge.
Well, let's see. Can you not trip those? Perfect.
You've got a problem. I've got a prize. Tell me, and it is done.
I understand your intent. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
I was really hoping you'd kill that, but
If it serves your cause.
Moving. No more.
I can do that, with the right incentive.
okay.
Don't get too cocky.
Alright, we're healing up. Would you go over here, Pascal? And you heal.
Initiating fire reformation protocol.
I'm grateful.
Oh, it doesn't get rid of her wound, does it? Interesting.
Tech familiar activated.
Locate over here. That should cover everyone.
Request approved.
Okay.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Let's see.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Let's see. Who can we tell to do something?
Isn't
You.
this a job for the serfs?
All those are dead, so it's just this one now, huh? Well, it's definitely not prey. So that does nothing for me.
I'll make it
Surefire
happen.
plan. Gotta remember to do that. Okay, that's almost dead. That's not too bad.
Be careful
Actually,
not to cross
Cassia,
my
I
gaze.
kind of want you here. Heinrich, you can take a little bit.
Being ordered around.
Just blew up my cover again. Oh well. You should be able to see this one still.
I am not your Xena.
Ancestors guide me.
If it serves your
Killing
cause,
it.
the soul slips
Great.
beyond the veil.
Perfect. This turret is stunned.
I won't object to it.
Strength.
For the
I don't think he can be
throne.
shot at point blank range, but just in case.
Nothing stands against me.
A mere pain won't stop me. On it. It's as good as done.
I think I can kill it this turn.
Who, if not me? I'll make it
If
happen.
I'm lucky. Yep. Okay, battle done. Yes, no, that's exactly why I don't play with friendly fire on in a lot of games, because, you know. Okay.
What is it? A trivial task.
I need you to just disarm all the things, please. Before we go
My
around and loot
success was
anything.
inevitable. Too hard for a simple monkey?
Yes, yes it is, because they're Xenos traps.
I have learned much in my exile. My success was inevitable.
I don't understand a little bit why Cassia destroys half
A
cover,
trivial task.
because she should be able to be standing above it when she looks at stuff, and therefore her eyes balls should not, you know.
Too hard for a simple monkey.
Alright, everybody now. Ooh, only 80%, huh? Well, let's do this more. This unsettling structure adorned with strange masks vaguely resembles the antenna of a powerful transmitter. At its base, you see a cogitator and a few other devices. It seems as though some part of the structure is buried underground. Okay, I'm gonna leave that for a second. Going to quick save. And then we're gonna use tech use. Okay, good, we succeeded. You identify a number of elements of the structure: the long-range antenna of a design standard for Imperial colonies, the cogitator, the Eldari beacon, and half a dozen other devices of varied origin. They all have one thing in common. This tech is designed to transmit basic signals to neighboring space, the most common being requests for assistance and ship distress codes. Trap. Noticing the interest with which Pascal is surveying the construct, Heinrich asks, "Are you studying the device? Isn't its very existence a violation of the protocols of assembly?" The tech priest's tone is pensive, and his visor flashes. This statement is true. This construct has been assembled in contravention of canon law and must certainly be disassembled. But not quite yet. Access to the cogitator? You manage to penetrate the cogitator's defenses. This function is rather simple. The program is designed to activate the transmitter once every 5 years and send out a ship distress signal in space. Cool. Let's blow it up. You set the charges carefully. Without a doubt, the structure will be destroyed with expert precision along with the underground part. Fabulous. Turret.
My pleasure.
Electrified Shardnet, Drukhari Barbed Needles, and Eldari Runes. Uh-huh. We'll be collecting all of these things.
And done. One and it's done.
Attacked components are scattered amidst turret targets. Perhaps they could be useful.
A job for me.
Yup. So this is like a trap that activates every 5 years.
My pleasure.
It's good to know.
One and it's done.
Excellent. I don't really see anything else except the goods here. Okay.
Operation successful.
Makeshift heavy xenomesh. I don't have heavy armor. But a shuriken pistol? I can give that, I believe, to Juliet. Already. For her, she, instead of the double swords, I can give her a shuriken pistol. To go with that. Lovely. Everything seems good.
I have learned much in my exile.
The explosion exposes the channel of cable leading away from the transmitter. This is probably not the only element of the trap. Does that mean there's more? Is this like a Drukhari
Keep
trap,
your wits about you.
you think?
There.
Okay, well. We seem to be done here. Let's go to the void ship. And, see. Well, that was fun. But now we're leaving. That is true. This is 40k. That is how that goes. Here's hoping I can get to the Forgotten Twins from the Platinum Stelos. When the Lord Captain arrived on the bridge during the warp jump, she found the off-duty officers in a state of utter confusion. They claimed they had been receiving orders from the bridge for several minutes, orders authorized by the rogue trader, but the Lord Captain had been absent. Curiously, the orders had been signed by the late Theodora von Valencius. After a thorough investigation, the tech priests attributed the strange incident to the whims of the machine spirit. Okay. Okay. So Janus is done. Your ladyship, there are alarming reports coming from Janus. A number of strange mutations have been spotted among the population in remote agri-complexes. Aside from the obvious disfigurement and subsequent estrangement, these mutants, called wretches by the rest of the colonists, are coming together to practice a primitive form of religion involving ritual worship of the land. While they display no disobedience or hostility, their very existence is concerning.
The Janus nobility humbly awaits your decision.
What do we know of these wretches? Their mutations cause the loss of skin pigment and the shedding of hair. Some have started developing a translucent third eyelid, similar to that of reptiles. Others have succumbed to progressive atrophy of the larynx, causing the loss of human speech. At the same time, their tendons become denser and more elastic, providing increased endurance and load resistance.
This more gene stealers? This feels like more gene stealers.
Anyway, the wretches are commonly ostracized due to their grotesque appearance. There haven't been too many cases of mob justice yet, but they will become commonplace after the mutation's deformities become more obvious. The wretches tend to form groups with similarly afflicted people. Their average level of intellect is low. They all belong to the labor caste and communicate among themselves using primitive vernacular of their own invention. As for their barbaric religion, they are deifying both the soil and Janus itself. To them, working in agri-complexes is a form of worship, which has had a positive impact on productivity. Interesting. Interesting. Still could be gene stealers. What do my advisors have to say? I saw your agent's picked recordings. The signs these Mon-K leave behind, their idols, and I cannot deny a connection, though a pathetic and extremely abstract one, to the symbols of my people. Their guttural prayers echo the sounds of the children of Azurian's speech. The probability of them having come to such close contact with our civilization is non-existent, yet they are still somehow connected. Protect these people, resettle them to distant abodes where they will not be harmed for their peculiarities. And keep watch. Someday, the truth may be revealed. Okay. World spirit may be changing him.
The blessed sanction of the Imperium does not grace these mutants, but nor does it declare their existence anathema. Should we sentence them without further study? There are mutants whose existence is fully sanctioned, such as Ogrins, Ratlings, Pariahs, Pilligers, Felinids, or Troths. Our library had many treatises on the genitor's craft, and I could impart some of that knowledge to your servants. Purely theoretical, of course.
This mutation has not been properly studied and is missing from the catalogue. I am not registering a basis for delaying the commencement of immediate genetic purification. I recommend the launching a thorough investigation into genetic makeup of this forbidden strain. Yeah, resettle them into separate agri-complexes where the crowds will not tear them apart. We will study them. I feel these Mon-K have been touched by something wondrous. Heart of the Nameless. Huh. That's cool. All skills by 10. Fuck. I think I am adherent. The mutants were resettled to distant agri-complexes where their unorthodox appearance will not put them in danger of being massacred by the serfs. The mutants were put under surveillance. One of the watchmen spotted a mysterious relic in the hands of a group of wretches that turned out to be an item of Xeno origin. It is unlikely the mutants understood the nature of the object they worshipped. Delightful. Okay. So, I can't do the reaping. Short mechanisms for that one. We need better security. Not sure how you would get that. That would give us a contract. Okay. Chemicals and people. Heretical plus 10. Let's not do that one. great. The only one I'm available to do right now is the heretical one. God. Drusians, that would be a bit rough. Casbalica would go up. That would help, but I don't have near enough rep with the Casbalica for that. I don't have phlogiston or mechanisms. But these actually seem useful. There's Dark Sages. Huh, 5% more damage to Xenos. That could be good. Does make security go up. But we don't have enough with the Casbalica again. Huh. Interesting. Do I have enough for the Foulstone one? What was I short? I know I was short Promethium on one of them. That gives me Unquenchable Greed. I'm short mechanisms for that one, and short phlogiston for that one. This one needs more complacency and more rep with the Drusians. This is the one that gave me that, so it just needed more. Gives me more profit factor mechanisms and a new contract. I was thinking I have a contract that's due. This one I couldn't do before, Bonfires of the Righteous. This was one that I wanted to do, I think. Because it gave me security and profit factor. But it blocks this one, which gave me profit factor. Yeah, I don't think I want to do sermons. That sounds fun. Probably not going to execute it yet anyway. Give it a little bit longer to decide what I want to do. But that one seemed good, security and profit factor. We'll see about that. Contracts. Fuel for the faithful. Yes. Need more weapons for that one. Ooh! Officer Frotko, who's tasked with espionage, has found an attractive opportunity. Yes. I only have 2 weapons. Did I just immediately block myself from doing this one again? No, okay. Maybe not. Maybe that wasn't one. I know, contracts are good, I guess. But I need better rep with the Drusians. Okay, anyway. We're gonna visit. Here. See what's what. Unidentified Imperial Void ship, huh? Well, we'll see. See what we get. Only 2 plasteel? don't know if you're worth my extractiums right now. And other things. Smuggler's cache. Excellent. Pardon? The rogue trader's crew discovered a cache on a frozen world. The cache is filled with suspicious substances. One can only hope the owner will not be too aggrieved by their loss. Oh, I'm sure they will. I'm sure they'll be quite upset with me. This looks like a nice planet. Well, hello, Grantis. The last time they were something selling things. What? Well, hello, Grantis. The last time I was here, 3 of the planet's barons had put a price on my head. My guys were rushed off their feet, selling me to each baron in turn, and then breaking me out of the dungeons every time. The Exalted One bless their duplicitous souls. 2 on the Xenotech. Yeah, I need Xenotech. For various things. Okay. Hi, Imperial Void Ship. An unknown ship hails you as soon as you are in its detection range. The ship, the Scarlet Pursuer, helmed by Captain Demir Shani, has Footfall listed as its home port. The message hints transparently at a connection with Casbalica mission. The Boxmaster adds that the captain has a proposal to you. Okay. The ship lets you know they will readily reward you for any information about burning worlds in the Coronis Expanse. Why? The reply is as courteous as it is vague. The captain cites a scholarly curiosity in this understudied type of world. Upon hearing the message, Magos Pascal expresses a keen interest in burning worlds, and asks the Lord Captain to take the issue into consideration. Jai Hidari immediately declares that Captain Shani would never dash about the void out of scholarly curiosity, but only for a suitably high return. In that case, perhaps Lord Captain too might want to look into these burning worlds. Generally doing that. I haven't really found anything. Seneschal Wersarian makes no comment regarding the Casbalica message, but is amazed that, for once, the esteemed Magos and Mistress Hidari are in passionate agreement on something. I don't think I've seen anything on my burning worlds right now. This might give me rep with the Casbalica, though. I just don't have many, and I've already plundered them, so. With effusive gratitude, the ship sends out a shuttle with the promised reward. Empty soul traps and Casbalica mission 500. Okay. I'll be willing to sell any you may obtain in the future. Information on systems in which you can find it later. The captain looks forward to meeting you again and acquiring information on burning worlds should you possess it. You know, after I've plundered them. That's kind of the plan. Okay. Cool. I think we're done there. Try some new routes. Can I go to the Twins now? Is that plausible? Really? What? I guess. Oh, I hate it. We can either force that route, which is a little unfortunate, or we can keep going this direction. Just see if there's anything. that gets me over there? And come down from, like, the Nameless Star? She's in unending war. That does not seem safe. I think I'm actually gonna force this one to get there because I don't think I want to come from a place that's a nameless star in unending war. Sounds dangerous. And I don't know that there's a route. I have to get over there first, even. Voyage of the Casbalkan ship, Eye of the Magnetic Storm. Man, I really want to get there. This actually feels relatively close. That one is slightly closer. There's no new routes, though. Oh my god. Forgot that one's like way the hell up there. I guess we'll just see.
Your ladyship, Master Heramon succeeded in his escape and has arrived on board. He has almost completed the ritual of harmonization with the rest of the choir, which has given our voices greater strength and cohesion. We have made our preparations and are awaiting your arrival to start the ritual as soon as you give the order.
There was a commotion on the lower decks. The chief mutant hunter, who's responsible for eliminating heresy in the hold of the void ship, went mad due to the perilous influence of the warp. The officer climbed the parapet above the central accelerator complex and threatened to jump unless the entire crew immediately submitted to a rigorous examination to uncover physical deformities and unholy perversions. After calculating the time and financial cost of the inspection of thousands upon thousands of crew members and consulting the tech priests about the danger of foreign materials getting into the intake of the accelerator complex, the deranged mutant hunter was graciously allowed to proceed with ending his life in the desired manner. Excellent. Everything is going fabulously. Duty officer reported an incident in the shuttle repair bay. A security team was dispatched in response to a distress signal, but when they arrived, they discovered that the shuttle repair crew had doubled in number. Somehow, every crew member now had an identical twin, but each assured the enforcers that they were the real one. The enforcers immediately opened fire, killing everyone in the bay. The duty officer awarded the squad a commendation for their vigilance and efficiency. Excellent. Let's go to Janus. Okay, nothing happened that time. So, options. Let's do... Pulvis Platinum first. See what new routes we uncover. The steady rhythm of life aboard the vessel was disrupted when, on the fourth watch of the voyage, the lower decks had their gravity reversed. The stunned denizens of the afflicted sectors were woken up by being torn from their assigned beds and tossed onto the ceiling. Numerous injuries and fatalities were reported. The difficulties in performing regular duties due to the gravity reversal continued until the end of the journey. After the ship exited the warp, the gravity returned to the accepted norm, an event that once again was accompanied by deaths and injuries among the crew. Great.
Lord Captain, the Vox systems intercepted a distress signal coming from an Imperial vessel. The system contains a ship that belongs to the planetary fleet of Dargonus, the capital of the Von Valentius dynasty. The transmission is repeated at regular intervals, but the message itself is corrupted. A cacophony of requests for help, groans and shouts. What in the world? Is it your name that they're shouting, Lord Captain? It is your name they're shouting. Oh.
skirt the space dust a little bit. Crap. Oh, well, maybe I do want to touch the space dust. I will address the gutted void ship in a minute. A lot of just fuel hanging out. You are an asteroid. Planetoid. Now, 4 plasteel is worth dropping and extracting on. Okay. Alright. Gutted void ship. What do we got? And then we'll maybe try and do the thing and find the gene stealers that I have on my ship.
Observation report on Henrix Van Kalos. The unit's professional skills make him a suitable candidate for data interrogator servo skull conversion. I am proposing.
I will have to decline your generous offer, Magos. I would rather keep serving the Golden Throne with my full complement of limbs.
How would you like to be a servo skull? Maybe when I die. This person's body's covered in unpleasant looking growths, scabs, and ulcers. They look like fresh mutations. You know what I see? Around this lovely corner. Things called spitter mutants. I thought they were splitter mutants at first. And frankly, that was gonna scare me a little bit more. Swedish smell coming from the dead body seems odd, and the blood has an unusual hue to it. Really.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Kodshair's machine spirit stays silent in an attempt to reach the dead systems of the destroyed ship.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none!
Give me strength.
Okay. Alright, Cassia. I think back there will be good for you. Okay. They have to actually come up and around the side there. That's probably good. I've got a good view of a lot of stuff there. I'll put her a little bit closer to those dudes, but that is intentional. Because I am going to put Pascal between them. And put Heinrichs here. And Jai right there. I think that's everyone. Quick save, and let's start a battle.
Job for the serfs.
It's a little bit of stunning. Guys there.
I am a navigator.
Sit in the back line.
Not a servitor.
Let's put the front line up here.
If I may,
gonna turn that into a killing box in a minute. I can do that again.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I guess do it again. And then
Me?
you.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
On it.
She was prey.
I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen. Who? Consider this a taste of what's to come.
Okay, that helped. No, he's got a long way left to go. Okay. Well, let's just keep that up.
I understand your intent.
Ancestors, guide me!
An opening.
If I must. I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
I'm asking very nicely.
Weakness is hidden from my sight.
Hit that one. Okay. Heinrichs. Target is too close.
The Inquisition sends their regards.
Boost your strength.
Let's see to it.
Defensive.
But
And
of course, your reckoning is due.
oh, 500 critical hits. That's the achievement. That's fun. Spontaneous mutation. Well, at least you're attacking who you need to attack.
Am I getting paid for this? You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
I need you to kill that. Yeah.
Tell me, and it is done. This tedium is beneath me.
Fortune favors the swift.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Really wish she hadn't missed with the quote-unquote Deadeye shot.
I'll do what it takes. Focus, Van Kellogg's. Focus.
go after Jaida's again. Okay.
It's as good as done. On it. Your end was inevitable.
Okay. One down. Alright, you turn on your Medicaid signal.
For tech familiar units. Abide in the host of blessed creation.
You relocate over here to us.
My vow is to serve you. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. High momentum.
Start knocking that down. Actually, can you do that again? Can.
Isn't this a job for the Search?
Let's do it again. No attack limit, huh?
I'll paint your death in colors.
I'll make it happen. I'll see to it personally. Another enemy down.
High momentum.
Okay. Better.
You should feel honored to witness this.
Oh, sorry, Hendrix. I shouldn't have hit you because you were down, but you know what? That's fine. You can be my lovely target. Okay. Actually, you want to hit more things?
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Well, you want to reload, actually.
I'll make it happen.
Cool.
If I may,
Okay, who can we shoot now?
If I'm no weakness is hidden from my sight.
Really seem not to be able to see those guys, so...
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. I understand your intent.
Deal death with my hands.
Really? Okay.
moving target lives longer.
Okay, who can we nuke? One of you two, huh?
I can do that. The right incentive.
Not too bad.
Am I getting paid for this?
You can have a bonus.
Don't get too cocky.
Kill that thing. Unfortunately, I don't know if you can. I still don't know if you can shoot somebody.
I will not.
You have line of sight. I don't know what you're talking about here.
This tedium is beneath me.
That was a waste of turn. How did you knock down my tech priest? Like, really? Really? Okay. That gives me better view on those guys, so we'll do that.
It's as good as done.
Shot. I don't know. One of y'all,
If
one of
not
y'all
me.
is my prey, I think. Let's find out.
On it. I'll make it happen. You never stood a chance.
Dealing damage to bulk.
Emperor, give me strength.
Okay.
That is foolishness.
Too far away, huh?
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Swift and silent.
Move her back a little bit.
If I
on that one.
favors the swift.
Then
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
alright. One down. Heinrichs, you are so much in the way of this, but
Pay with your blood in the name of Cain
I'll be
and
marking
Lecter
some
Cain.
of them down.
ooh, we gassed him. That's not good. I think we're almost done though. See if I can get in a place where I don't shoot Heinrich.
If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Okay. Yes.
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid.
Ah, see, everyone's fine. Alright. to start the body looting process. An improved armored body glove and a chain axe. Fun. Let's see, we've looked at all of those things already. Let's begin the looting process. Over here. I definitely don't need more of those at this point. I don't need more Mars pattern chain axes either. I know, I was kind of hoping there was information, but there's goods, at least. Maybe this will be enlightening. Not this, the goods. Books that I have luxury, the legality of some is questionable, but the Navis Nobilite often turns a blind eye to such diversions. Oh, a Nobilite ship, huh?
The machine gun grants me insight.
Staff of House Cassini. Fell allies targeted by the Navigator powers gain +2 MP on their next turn. Gain +7 bonus to all their characteristics. That's neat. I didn't look at the cloak. I should do that now. Alright, Cassia. Is this better than what you have? You have a Bloodhound staff. Ah, so that's how I'm getting the multiple attacks, was the staff. Get an additional 3 MP on their next turn, apparently, based on her information. On their next turn, though. Movement points haven't really been a big thing. I'd rather keep her. What's it called? Her stuff she has. Huh. All enemies' perception. Is everyone wearing a cloak? Except for the servo skulls? Dodge is good. You're wearing the fireproof? I'll give you the distraction cape for now, actually. Okay, is there anything else of interest? There's a whole other part to this ship somewhere. See the map over there somehow? Do anything with this? Yes, I can.
Easily
Clear
done.
passage. Perfect. Should save my game, actually. The ship is really interesting if you play Heretic. Seems like it could be. Oh! Just stood there and died. That dude also just stood there and died. Navigator was like, fuck all of you. All of you die. Navigator's throne, the handles of which are extremely worn, visible marks left by nails, evidence of the terrifying hours spent locked in battle with the forces of the warp. Powers of the warp. Close. Don't mind me. Just gonna pick these all up. I really need to sell them, you know? It's kind of important. There's still one more mutated enforcer. There we go. Don't mind me. let's have a talk with the navigator. But before I do that, we have a quick save in case this goes poorly. The leader of the ravaged ship's crew wipes the sweat from his brow in a motion characteristic of navigators, not with his whole hand, but with 2 fingers moving from left to right and back, so as not to touch his third eye by accident. This movement is the only sign of fatigue he allows himself. His posture is immaculate, shoulders wide, eyes front, as if he did not just emerge from a grueling battle and is simply greeting you on the bridge on an uneventful day. My greetings, your ladyship. There is no need for introductions. I know the heirs of the Von Valencius line by sight. I am Han of House Cassini, the navigator of this vessel, and as the senior surviving officer, I assumed command after the incident. Lady Navigator, what an unexpected and pleasant meeting, considering the circumstances. Han decorously dips his head to Cassia. I have not had the honor of being personally acquainted with you, but of course I know the emblem of House Orselio. How fares the Honorable Regent?
Cassia Orselio. She offers a reserved nod. Cordiality will not disguise the ice-blue coldness of your words, Navigator Han. However, I will tell Regent Aranto that you inquired after his health. You may pass on my best wishes to Novator Cassini. And now let's set the pleasantries aside. I'm sure the rogue trader would like to ask you a few questions.
As Han speaks, the others glare at you with dour attention. Up close, you can plainly see that every one of them is a mutant. Their faces and bodies bear the marks of incredibly grotesque deformities, the same as the muttering madmen who attacked you. However, Han's associates seem perfectly clear-eyed, showing no signs of madness. What happened to the ship and the crew, Han? If the music would chill for like 5 seconds. This ship is assigned to the port of Dargonis. Some time ago, the captain was instructed to deliver a package, urgently, by hand, to you, your ladyship. We were even shown a pict of your face. The navigator's voice seems calm, yet there is tension in his eyes, which are trained on you. The disaster struck during the warp jump. I will never know all the details, as I was preoccupied with my primary duties, but for some reason, the captain decided to open the package. That, as you may have noticed, has had the most destructive impact on the crew. Han frowns. The package contained a chaos artifact. A chaos bomb, if you will. The moment it was removed from its protective cocoon, the crew began to lose their mind and mutate. The first to be afflicted was the captain and the senior officers, but the effect spread with incredible speed. Every deck was consumed by it, every last one. The raging mutants, no longer sane, damaged many systems. The ship was in distress, and would have almost certainly been destroyed had I not resorted to making an emergency exit from the warp. The people you see here are the only survivors, or rather, the only ones who were able to retain both their lives and sanity. I gathered everyone I could, isolated the source of danger, and sent out a distress signal. We were adrift, waiting for help to come, and fighting off mad crew members. Then you arrived. So the Chaos Bomb package was meant for me? Who's the sender? As far as I am aware, the order came from Kudrant Voitvia, the Master of Whispers in the Rogue Trader's retinue. It is likely that he arranged the delivery, either personally or through intermediaries. A heretic who is vested with legitimate power and whose latest activities remain a mystery to all. Believe me, an individual like your former Master of Whispers will not stop at sending a chaos artifact in his attempt to destabilize your protectorate. Han pauses, then adds bluntly, almost brazenly. Your reaction shows that you were not expecting a package of this sort. That is good to know. I had almost convinced myself that the rogue trader was deliberately collecting chaos artifacts. I am not tainted by chaos, and I know nothing of this package. I give you my word as a rogue trader. He gives you a searching look, then bows his head. I beg your pardon, your ladyship. I saw the terrible death of the entire crew with my own eyes. I was forced to bring the ship out of warp by means of an emergency maneuver, and then I had to fight my former comrades, insane and twisted. I am tired. However, the sender wanted all of this to happen to your ship, not ours. Were you not affected by the mutations and madness? Well, that depends. I was born a mutant, you see. Han smiles grimly and wearily. Navigators are taught to resist the influence of chaos, and so I have been, as best I could. But I will be frank with you, I cannot be certain that I have avoided it completely. There have been no visible indications. Yet. All signs point to Han telling the truth, but you also notice clear evidence of just how difficult it is for him to struggle against the corruption. He is extremely tired, practically exhausted. Where's the artifact now? The tension in his posture and gaze becomes even more noticeable. I have placed it inside a protective sarcophagus, more reliable than the previous repository. Unfortunately, an artifact as powerful as this one could not be destroyed under these circumstances. Or rather, I had no assurances that it would not disintegrate every one of us and scatter us across several light hours of neighboring space. But once we are off the ship, I will absolutely find a way to destroy the vile thing. Interesting. Now, the question is, do I blow it up, or do I deliver it to those who can destroy it safely? Which really sounds like a lie, but I got the demolition succeeded already. Which also sounds fun. Considering that's usually what I do with the chaos artifacts I come across, besides, you know, pitch them into a reactor, throw them out into space. Yeah, I'm happy blowing this one up. We can lay mines on what remains of the ship and blast it along with the artifact from a safe distance. I have the resources and knowledge to do it. Also, dude, you got one surviving dude. Your words give Han pause, but he seems convinced. He relaxes a little, but then asks, cautiously, as if testing the waters. What about me and the crew? Will you take us with you? I'm taking you aboard my ship. There, my word is law, and no one will dare take issue with you, despite the mutations. Thank you. Han salutes you before adding, Lord Captain. I might as well have a spare navigator, just in case. There was only one guy. It's not like there was remaining crew members. Yeah, safer to blow it up. I don't want it on my ship. I don't even want it close to my ship.
I always keep my options open.
Yeah, we're not doing that. Not in the slightest. I can see why it's interesting if it's a heretic run. Can definitely see why. Okay. We're out of there now. Okay. Start some new routes. Is there a good route elsewhere? No, there is a worse route. That's great. And nowhere else. You literally just got a one there. Okay. The warp jump was a success, but the Voxmaster reported the following incident. Beautiful blossoming vines had covered the deck and bulkheads in loading bay 6. 2 workers had bent down to take a better look at the flowers, and the vines had devoured their faces before strangling them. The bay was then sealed and purged. Yeah? I feel like we should be doing that every time. Everything's unsafe. Oh, hey. That was fine this time. Start some new routes. I got 1. That did get me to Langren's Belt, at least, which does get me closer. It's probably worth going after I do this. This is mostly just a lot of exploring for a bit, as I'm trying to get places. Hello. I need phlogiston. Oh hey, another Archaeotech mechanism fragment. In Silence of Mare Sigrid. That's a desert world. How many of those do I have? So Burning Worlds, we don't know why they're looking. So we found another piece of the archaeotech. Okay. Not enough to do anything with yet. Dead World. Just experience. Cool. Those are nice. Feral World with 4 Promethium. That's worth an extractium. I'm gonna be a little pickier with my last 2 until I go back and visit the Mechanicus. I should actually see about trading. 2 plasteel is not worth it. I already have so much plasteel. Oh, okay. Nothing horrible. Weird. Okay. Let's take that down to there. And then travel. Chart some new routes. Did I get some places? I did. Excellent. We're getting places. Finally. Oh, that looks like an enemy. Pirates. We'll deal with that in a minute. Feral World. Nothing on it. Really quickly. Just repair my ship. Could upgrade my RAM. But I think I want to save to upgrade my hull a little bit more. I don't really use the RAM that much. I don't think I have a component to put in there, so. Cool. Magnetic rock extraction, huh? That is a lot of plasteel. Actually. Yeah, I'll drop 1. That's 6. That's just really good. I need to see if I can get more of those. How am I doing on provisions? I have a lot of provisions. While there's a fair amount there, I'm pretty good on those. Cold, windy planet is covered by a raging sea of mustard gray grass, so tall it reaches the average human's waist. The monotony of the endless steppe is occasionally broken by chains of murky green lakes, but the Augur crew spots a far more interesting anomaly, a scar running several dozen kilometers deep, splitting the world's equator in 2. After 2 exploration watches, the crew intercepts a faint signal coming from one of the labor settlements in the deep chasm. Due to the unstable connection, the foreman mistakes your vessel for a winter-scale ship, one that was due to arrive 9 cycles ago. The foreman grimly reports over the weak channel that the adamantine ore deposits on the world are nearly depleted, and that the planet will be fully mined out in less than a decade. With some difficulty, he picks up enough words to understand that the ship in orbit belongs to another rogue trader house, then awkwardly apologizes and falls silent. At some point, the connection cuts off completely, and you leave the foreman and his prospectors to wait for their real master. Interesting. I don't think I can set up the trade stuff from here, right? I have to go talk on my bridge. So let me do that before I go do this fight. I want to see if I can get more extractiums. Just in case I come across more interesting things. Because I don't want to have to go all the way back to Footfall for that, but we'll see. Shipping and transportation of some goods. Okay. Let's trade with the explorators. I mean, I don't see any more just like in their inventory, unfortunately. So I probably need to take the world data back before I can get more extractiums. Unfortunately. Unfortunate. What do you have for me to trade? You take heretic trophies and Xeno artifacts as the top one. Do that one. It's not really gonna get me that far, is it? Have a uniform kit. And I just picked up a bunch of ranged weaponry that you are welcome to. Oh, did you undid all my selections, didn't you? Okay. Still can't buy anything. Everything is out of my profit factor. At the moment. Alright. Grizzliards, what do you have? You can have all the holy gifts. See, that'll get us there. Every heroic act. Dodge. Those seem very similar. I'm sure I'm missing something very simple. Mostly building those up so that I can look at my colony stuff and see if that opens some stuff up. I need way more with the Drusians. 15k. 18k. That was enough for the Drusians there. That gives me... Oh no, that gives me RP with the Drusians. What was the other thing here? I need more I need mechanisms, man. And Casbalka needs to be almost 20k to be able to do that one. Okay, so I need to just go take care of a few more things. Alright, let's go beat up a ship. Beat up some pirates. You sight a ship hovering over a void station. The vessel bears no identifying marks, but the landing craft swarming the station below makes the situation clear. Pirates have seized an Imperial outpost. The augurs detect that the pirate ship is warming up its engines and quickly reloading its cannon. It's preparing for battle. Okay. I tried. I wanted to see if they were part of my friendly pirates. They're not. So, I guess we're just gonna blow them up. It's disappointing. I feel like that's not what I named my ship, but maybe it was. Forward.
All hands, prepare for acceleration. Coordinates set. Salvo. Make every shot count.
Oh, I didn't notice that before.
With the force of a supernova!
Shows the corner of the thing.
Let the void sort them out.
Can't hit anything with my lance. I'd like for you to kill this one if you could. But not with a 1 minute. You have 1 health left. Are you kidding me? No.
Launch batteries. Volley. Fire at will. All hands, prepare for acceleration. Macro cannon, open fire. Helmsman, take us in.
Okay, they're shooting at me. I don't really know why it zooms in sometimes. Is it because I have that one like selected or something? Okay. Perfect.
Salvo. Launch battery. Volley. All hands, prepare for acceleration. Torpedoes away.
Can't hit anything over there.
Helmsman, take us in. Make every shot count. Fire at will.
Hitting the same shields.
Engage the engines. Lance batteries. Volley.
The whispers grow louder. We approach oblivion.
Did not want to risk hitting myself with those. See if we can hit it on that side with the extra range. A little bit.
All hands.
Then we loop around.
Prepare for acceleration.
And hit it with that guy.
Launch batteries. Volley.
Done. Done and dusted. What did I get? A rise of pattern fires 3 shots instead of 2, so that's better. And ancient machinery and scrap. Interesting. So it's maneuvering thrusters. That could be handy. Well, let's do vulnerability scan. And then I quite like... Oh, shield pulse is good, but strafe might be really useful. I tend to get a maneuver one in there. Components. Alright. You can just not have the shortened one. That would be good. No component available. Of course not. And then I would like to upgrade my hull. And repair. Okay. Hilariously, oh, I was gonna say hilariously, I cannot put my Xenos in charge of things. Let's put her there, and then we can put Idira in the warp channeler because I don't know why I'm channeling the warp. Seems like a bad idea. Anyway. Cool. I think we're done here. On to our next zone. So let's go to the nameless star first. Hey, got there okay. Start some new routes. Did I get a better route? I did get a better route. To the twins. Oh, good. Warp projection. Fabulous. Going to ignore that momentarily. Oasis 5. Okay, we'll come back to this one, because that's a landing. Don't really want to land there before I do everything else. That's not enough plasteel to care about. It's also plasteel. I need some, like, mechanisms, man. Abandoned tech pre-space, adamantine. I have an okay amount of adamantine. What about you? The sight before you has excited the officer corps, who are delighted to witness the truly majestic end of this planet through the huge windows on the bridge, one of many nameless worlds throughout the expanse. An unknown reason caused the planet to break into several uneven parts, but its strong magnetic field is still preventing them from drifting into the cold abyss of space. The planet's hard inner core has remained almost untouched, as thousands of explosions taking place under its shell of hard metals light up the world's heart from the inside. The Augur crew detects several ruined extractiums on the broken planet's surface. Their analysis shows somebody used to mine adamantine here, but abandoned the deposit after the catastrophe. Most of the machines are damaged beyond repair, but the tech adepts claim that one of the complexes can be restored if the rogue trader has the required parts and equipment. Sure. Repair the extractium, please. A few dozen time bells later, the Lord Captain is informed that the repair crew is suffering from unrelenting headaches, most likely caused by the oppressive magnetic field of this world. However, the machines have been successfully repaired, and the extraction of adamantine may continue if the Lord Captain wishes. Of course, the mine needs to be staffed with a squad of working servitors and maintenance brigade doomed to endure the endless pain caused by the magnetic storms. Let's just take the extractium. I want it. I don't really want the adamantine. I want the extractium. Cool. And you are very nice looking. I'm sure you're terrible in some way. Quetzaltimmer. Feral World. Oh, no. So you are nice, but possibly deadly. Let's land on Oasis 5 before we deal with the projection from the warp. This seems dangerous. But it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Game auto-saved. Okay. Well, aside from the tech priest, we're all just, like, losing our minds here. Can I fix it? Bunker still has a working generator.
The upper limit of the concentration of toxins in the air has been.
The massive door is dotted with small chips, scratches, and bullet marks. There's no sign of hinges, levers, or anything resembling a lock. Dusty panel built into the wall on the far right. As you approach, the cracked screen starts to flicker faintly. Use the tech use. Can't see shit. Are angered by your intrusion. Fine. Blow it up. Pay the most vulnerable spots. We did all that. Okay.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Mummified corpse has his arm outstretched towards the exit. One soldier's neck is broken with has a broken respirator with the Imperial Aquila. Yellowish gas seeping through the rusted air ducts. Fatality, planetary defense forces.
Is there money to be made?
Decontamination shower.
I always get the job done.
Okay. Worn seal. Deliberately scraped the coat of arms off the handle. Okay.
I always have a backup plan.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Star allies are with us.
Error. Making adjustments.
Insufficient power. Okay. Officer key. That's good to have. Don't know what that did. Drinking water half full. We open this door.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Before you use Ancient Beholy, typical console intended for use by people not trained in the mysteries of ministering to machine spirits. The cogitator is completely silent, but as you approach, you sense warmth emanating from its metallic casing. Telltale sign the machine is working. Pascal offers the cogitator a reverent bow, chanting the Biheric aria of launch priming. The spirit of this machine embodies resilience and indomitability. In this den of decay and entropy, it still doesn't reign over this place. Can I activate the emergency ventilation system? Air duct system malfunction. Okay. Status of bunker life support. Water supply system failed. Unknown. Temperature and humidity unknown. Backup generator connected. Air filters damaged. Defense systems failure. Okay. An old valve. Okay, that's going to be important, I'm sure.
I sense something nearby.
Decayed scroll. Okay. I will read that whole business later.
This is intriguing.
Ready as always.
Dry rations. Disarm the trap, please.
A job for me.
Winter Scale Dynasty. Everyone. Nope, that's a...
What a shameful failure.
Unknown officers. I will read all of those when I'm not dying. And an old key, access to the warehouse. Okay.
Keep your wits about you.
Okay. I apparently missed something in that room. Insufficient power.
The machine god grants me insight.
Let us not dawdle.
Do not give in to emotions.
I would like to fucking leave. Oh my god. Jesus. That was bad. We're gonna go back. I just want to get everyone back to the ship and healed up before we do this again. And I, yeah, unfortunately need to take everyone with me. To figure out where I can go. I didn't really see anywhere else. There's a way over here. That's still just telling me everything's failed. Okay, insufficient power.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Sure, well, it must have gone other ways around. Door is insufficient power, so I need to improve the power somehow.
I always keep my options open.
I don't really see how I do that. It's gonna say this is the hallway I came in. Says yellowish gas. Barely legible. That's the showers. This is another door, but it's going to tell me insufficient power. Can I 10% chance
What a
this?
shame.
Nope.
Is there money to be made?
So it would seem like that would have to be the case unless it's this one over here. We can't blow that up. Can I do something in here? A valve is required to regulate the flow. I have a valve. There you go. Maybe this will be it. What did that do?
I won't let it define me.
He cares about insufficient power. Okay, what in the
Keep your wits
hell
about you.
does this actually do? Okay, this is really frustrating. It's gonna say no power. Oh, no, actually it did. Okay, it worked. With your permission, I would extract the command blocks of this noble machine to hold a vigil for its deceased spirit. The Omnissiah preserves the faithful. Okay. Now that we can breathe, and it looks like everything is powered now, maybe I can go through some doors.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
What a peculiar thing!
Okay, everyone stay here.
You love to take charge, don't you?
Okay, Jai.
If it pleases you, Sherry.
Pick up the goods. Sworn Protector. Cool. Walk here. Thank you. Undo the...
And done.
The trap. There we go. Oh good, a replacement melta charge. Everyone. What do we have in here? Sure.
That's how it's done.
A few parchments bearing Winter Scale Seal contain plans for military operations and mention of Doomsday weapon, which does remind me I should go look at the important things. There was the diary. Info. I'm tired. How long has it been since Doomsday? I think it was the 36th year when the heretical cholera wiped out half of our people, including the old bookkeeper, Haelgar. Time has stood still for us since. It was so long ago. And what a convenient solution to the overpopulation problem. The commanders still think we brought this coincidence. Morons. Still, when I look in the mirror, I see my father, the same wrinkles by the eyes, gray temples, which means I'm over 60, and we've been underground for longer than half a century. No sky, no sun, no joy, and no hope. If that damned propagandist scribe tells me one more time that I must not lose faith, I'll make him eat his own tongue. Sure, we were once so certain that we had won. The weapon of the great ally boggled the mind. I still remember how the skies shook before me and my ma and father were evacuated to this wretched bunker. But where has it led us? When I took over my father's post at the comm station, I learned that we had long since lost all communication with other PDF bases. And the stars respond to our calls with silence. These days, we don't hear any bombs landing outside, but things are still restless in the old bunker. First, a water purifier failure, then a fire in the Medicaid unit. Rats chewed holes in the exposure suits, and now we can't go up on the surface anymore. Are these accidents? Or have we had a saboteur in our midst all these years? I'll keep an eye on the troops. I don't believe in miracles, but we still have enough supplies on the lower levels to last us another 50 years or so. If you all can finally sort the air duct problem, that is. Next time we meet, I should ask how the repairs are going. Not well would be the answer. 348 years ago, our ancestors arrived on this blooming world, built the cities and manufactorums, and founded here a society free from heresy and fear. But the immortal Emperor of humanity, Warden of Light, saw fit to test our faith. A great war tore open a rift between our ancestors, dividing them into two factions and turning the world into a boundless battlefield. Each day we fought the enemy, so that our children could see the dawn of a new era, an era without blood, pain, and tears. Brave people, living and dead, paved with their bodies the road to our future. And one day, the skies answered our prayers. The great star allies descended from the darkness of the cosmos and bestowed upon our great army the Doomsday weapon. And so we brought righteous anger upon our foes and ended the centuries-long war, and welcomed the dawn of the new era. The universe will hardly notice our deed, but the God Emperor sees all. We, children of a great nation, must dedicate ourselves to this sacred mission, to survive and revivify this world, as the most beautiful flowers are revivified from ashes. And hence do not despair, sons and daughters of the Imperium, for our star allies are behind us, and the God of humanity is with us. I know that help is coming, and soon the skies overhead will shine once more. Do they? Did they? Kinda doubting. Cool. Sure, a lot of blood.
Let us not dawdle.
You replaced your body with iron, but greed cannot be cured with cold metal. Stop looking at my gear with such avarice, monkey.
I have no intention of taking it. Only of studying the unnatural perversions to which you have subjected the gift of technology.
Ah, that's just great. Some unknown accident caused the elevator shaft to collapse. Reaching the lower levels at this point would require sending a mining team. Yeah, I didn't want to do that. Someone sawed off the emergency stairs and tried to conceal the damage. Okay. Is that all that's here? God damn it. Go back there. Just want to just scroll the map a little bit. So, no options for going anywhere else. I guess we got the archives. That's all that was here.
I always keep my options open.
Those are the only doors we couldn't open. Corrosion was merciless to the old Imperial bayonets, chainswords, and lasguns. Yeah. That would make sense. Where is everybody? What are we stuck on? Oh, that I need to open the door panel now. What did we get stabbed with? Oh, it's now Cassia in the melting venom. Okay. It's just the outside the door. Oh, there's the automated defenses. Yep.
Give me the power to eradicate my enemies.
Oh no, Cassia, actually, Cassia dear, I want you all the fucking way back here. You too. I wonder if I can tell it to deactivate the automated defenses. Let's try that. Not a great spot, is there? Kind of curious, where was the last autosave? When I landed, probably. Shit. Okay, sure. Oh, and we're gonna be venomed the entire time. That's just fabulous.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may.
I understand your intent,
Ancestors, guide me!
if it serves your cause. I am I'm not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Oh, and I have... That's right, that was not her full turn.
If I must. I understand your intent.
No weakness is hidden from my sight.
As
We'll
the
just get
tactical
closer.
imperative dictates.
Try that. Activate the Medicae signal. Move it over here. And then... Well, that does absolutely nothing.
Running binaric override. Request approved.
Okay. Be it for him.
I'll see to it personally.
That one.
I'll make it happen.
Sit.
I'll see to it personally. On it.
Oh man.
Who if not
That
me?
this does any damage whatsoever. Possibly. Yeah, try not to kill
Tell me,
Pascal.
and it is done.
Really would appreciate that. Oh, I'm out of range.
Don't get too cocky.
Okay. That will help there. Just a little bit.
I won't object to it.
Strength. You didn't actually.
Naturally.
Yeah, hit it. Okay. That did a bit of damage.
Isn't this a job for the
Have a
Sirs?
second shot.
If it serves your
3
cause.
chip damage.
Fortune favors the swift.
And then... just
I am
shit.
not your ancestors. Guide me. My heart sings with the thrill of battle.
Alright, feeding that down. Oops. I think I moved my mouse a little bit. Okay. Great.
Fortune favors the swift. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me.
Well, it hit its own turret. That's nice. Okay. Yes, fucking... Where are you going, Pascal? What is happening? What the fuck just happened? Oh my god. This whole fight is fucking... Oh, I hate it. And actually, I'm no. I'm not doing this. Not letting it do this bullshit. No. You do not let me click the spot that I'm trying to move to and then move in the complete opposite fucking direction. That's just not happening. Not happening. I'm not doing that. You know what shouldn't get in the way of your ability to do any of this? At least I know what I'm doing this time.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
The walls. The walls should not be affecting your ability to click basic things. Okay, whatever. We can go the long way. That's fine. Okay. Emergency ventilation system. Alright, so I can't do anything more from this one, so I do have to run into the... I have to run into them. That's annoying.
Keep your wits about you.
Okay, there was nothing this way. This was just the nothingness.
Mistress Udari, I've been meaning to ask you. Are your people still working with the tutors?
By the Exalted One, Master Van Calix. Even cold traders have standards. And mine do not permit me to have dealings with the tutors now that I know what they specialize in.
Oh, there's something I didn't see last time. Vox with Winter Scale emblem. That is actually interesting. That we didn't see. Entry C. It's been 100 cycles, or entry 100, I guess. It's been 100 cycles, and these idiots are still none the wiser about who they saved from the storm. Going back to my camp is no longer an option. Damned rats chewed through the protective suit. And these piss ends are out of repair material. 104. There are some decent people here. Just civilians like my mother. This one girl, Zimmy, even made a habit of coming by in the after hours. She asked me to teach her the letters, so she can write to her father, who went to the surface 2 turns ago. Foolish child. The war has taken its toll on both sides. Hold on, am I sympathizing with the enemy? Better put a stop to this. Entry 110. I was finally allowed entry to the upper levels, and lo and behold, what did I find there? The same supply crates as those gifted to our lords by the Star Allies, the same rations we've been eating, the same weapons we've been fighting with. So our lives have simply been toyed with. If Winterscale betrayed us, I must report this to the command, no matter the cost. I got my hands on a cutter and decommissioned a few blocks of explosives. No one noticed a thing. I bribed the archivist with a dozen rations. Now I just need to get the schematics for the life support systems. Rats brought a disease from the surface, the Medicae unit is packed. Just the right time for a quick short circuit. Zimmy drank the poisoned water and vomited a lot of blood. The schematics were inaccurate, but now I know for certain which pipes go to the living module and which to the barracks. The senior comm officer suspects something. It's time. Okay, so more details, I guess. It's worth it for that. Emergency stairs. Try to conceal the damage. Well, all of this seemed to have horribly backfired on this fellow.
I always have a backup plan.
Okay, in here.
Trading is just like art. It takes skill and talent. A minor setback.
Well, you sucked at doing that this time, Jai. 85%, and you failed it this time. Well, that's okay.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Alright, let's pull the records out.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
It'll be important for later, I'm sure. Okay, also, definitely new tactic.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Of everyone needs to stay in the back.
I always keep my options
Can I
open.
do something with the Vox set? Now? No, it's just making noises. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's get the automatic
Rise to the top,
defenses
or
going.
get left in the dust.
You dare cross an agent of the throne!
Alright, Pascal. I need you as close as you can possibly be. Because you are going to be the one that's dealing with this. Everyone else is kind of going to go back here.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I need you to give him a little bit of a boost.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I wonder. Go away, I don't need the help. I can't make that happen. But I think I can give him extra points. Yeah. And turn on our thing ahead of time, I guess. I actually need this destroyed to move past it quickly. So we'll leave it be for now. Really? Y'all couldn't destroy that, huh?
If I must. I am not your... I understand your intent.
I know what I'm doing, usually.
Let's see if I can do this without hurting Pascal. Because the intention is just to destroy the barricade. No, apparently no. That's a no. Give him a little extra defense. Okay, fine. Just run over here. Relocate your servo skull somewhere
Tech familiar activated.
useful.
Running binary.
Banish that guy.
Request approved. The analysis successful.
If I may.
See if I can stun that turret. I don't know how well it'll work. I don't think I can give him another turn. I can keep trying to hit that. But I did get rid of his cover now.
Fortune favors the swift. Pay with your blood in the name of Kaela Melchakane!
If it serves your cause.
No weakness is hidden from my sight.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Yeah. Not my Xenos pet. Got it.
This tedium is...
Ancestors guide me.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Can you maybe like kill this
You've
thing?
got a problem, I've got a price. Tell me, and it is never cross a Kazbalican.
Kind of.
Am I
Use it
getting
on
paid
yourself.
for this?
Okay. I don't know, can you see that one? Yeah, you can.
I'll make it happen.
Now the ultimate question. Can you kill it?
It's as good as done.
Debatable.
On it.
If you miss your 95% chance, then absolutely not. Okay, Pascal, will you actually move to where I'm trying to tell you to move now, huh? Deactivate. Okay, done.
Keep your wits about you.
Lovely. Everyone. The fact that I have to actually press the, like, show me the things button for it to show me the ability to leave on that world is really annoying. Lord Captain, the crew that was sent to the surface reports that they have cleared the collapsed passages leading to the lower levels. After exploring the abandoned rooms, they discovered valuable cargo that has already been brought aboard. Well, that's lovely. Okay, saving, so I don't have to do that again. And also because I'm about to touch the projection from the warp. When the rogue trader's ship draws near the unidentified celestial body, the machine spirits on every deck, from the captain's bridge to the cargo holds, become frantic. The engines are refusing to cooperate, sending the void ship hurtling toward the epicenter of the anomaly, like an arrow toward a target. You wake after unsettled sleep to find yourself lying on a stiff cardboard mat. You're overcome with a strange sense of wrongness. The place is dark and reeks of body odor. Someone elbows you under the ribs and grabs you by the collar, spitting abuse. It is an enforcer patrolling the void ship, and she's clearly displeased. Yeah. Run. You wrestle out of the enforcer's grip with an ease, punch the woman in the nose, turn around, and flee into the darkness of unknown passageways. After taking yet another turn, you look over your shoulder to see if you're being pursued. You notice the sign on a bulkhead. Bay Theta 54, the lower decks. Rob a guard post and context Victus. You've been studying the enforcers for several days now, observing shift changes, trips to the mess, games of regicide, and the aftermath of boozing sessions. On the fourth day, during a shift change, you sneak into their small room and find a Voxcaster that someone left behind. Upon hearing your voice, the Voxmaster gives praise to the Emperor of Humanity. Victus explains that you were trapped in an anomaly that made people on the ship inexplicably trade places. A rescue squad was dispatched at once to search for the Lord Captain, but you beat them to it and contacted Victus yourself. You had to wait for several more ship cycles for the escort squad to make its way from the uppermost desks to the very bottom. Informed about a high-ranking guest in their midst, the overseers of Bay Theta 54 tried to brighten your stay with passable food, a soft bed, and even warm water, a privilege not accorded to locals. Eventually, you see the familiar faces of escort officers who have come to retrieve you. We're just gonna go to the Void Ship Bridge. The Voxmaster gives praise to the Emperor of Humanity as you made your way to the entrance on the Captain's Bridge. Victus explains that you were trapped in an anomaly. Yay, okay. Everything's good. Well, that was interesting. Anyway. Moving on from everything that was that thing. I am probably... Well, I'm going to travel to the Nameless Twins, and then I am going to probably leave it there. Okay. Nightmares. Argenta had really bad nightmares. Okay, so we got some good stuff here. Oh, I will go chart the new routes before I forget, but... the coordinates from the ship's log lead to an unremarkable star system. The Augur crew reports that the arrays cannot register anything worthy of the Lord Captain's attention. Was this log entry just someone's idea of a joke? If someone decided to mock the rogue trader, they're playing a dangerous game. I don't think so. I think there is something important here. And, of course, we'll be dealing with it momentarily. Once I chart new routes. Absolutely. I earned points, but this is exactly the only way through. Okay. Understood. Excellent. There's also Eldari survivors here, so we'll deal with that next time. I am going to leave us here. And call it for now. That's fascinating. That's a dual system with like a parasitic star, where one of the stars in the system is eating the other. That is interesting. Okay. That is it for today. We'll pick up with the Forgotten Twins next time and go from there. I don't know what's happening next weekend. I might be doing some co-op horror stuff. I think we're still waiting for We Were Here Tomorrow to release. We thought it was releasing. It turns out it was just like the demo. So we'll see. And then definitely be doing Directive 8020 when that one comes out. That one should be quite interesting, I guess we'll say. As it all will turn out. It's looking forward to the new Dark Pictures, because it's been quite a while. I hadn't realized quite how long it's been. That'll be okay. I don't know if we're doing our Worst Human Beings run of that, but we'll see. We will see how that all goes. Anyway, I'm gonna send you off to Minx, because she's playing Outlast Trials right now, and that's definitely well worth it's fun. Watching them struggle through Outlast Trials is always entertaining. So, gonna just go that way. Alright, have a good one, guys, and hopefully catch you next week. Bye!